In this Godot game development course, you will learn how to build a 3D action role-playing game. If you've been wanting to learn how to create 3D games, this is the course for you. Whether you already have experience with Godot or whether you're brand new to it, you will learn a lot in this course. Omar Zaki is an experienced game developer and he created this course. Some of the key topics you will learn about include 3D world creation, character creation with a complex animation tree, inventory systems with dictionaries, and simple AI monster systems. So, let's get started.
With a giant number of courses out there, there are so many different courses to choose from, and you decided to look at this one. Now, you're probably wondering, what does this course have to do, and what can I actually offer you that other courses don't? Well, it's really hard to pinpoint the uniqueness of a course, but my course is focusing on three things. I can't promise you uniqueness. However, I can promise that you will exit this course going from I don't know anything about 3D to being a somewhat intermediate user for 3D. And you'll be able to go on your own and learn more about 3D stuff and create your own game, hopefully. Now, the 4 points that you're going to learn specifically in this course, we're going to learn, one, about 3D world creation. So we're going to go over a bunch of different things like environments, setting up different tile maps, etc. So we're going to go over the creation of a 3D world that you will be able to create. The second thing that we're going to do is character creation with complex animation tree. Now, characters can be created in so many different ways. Now, one of the issues when it comes to 3D or 2D or 3D is animating. Now, in 3D, adding animation grows your options exponentially, but it exponentially gets harder. And I'm going to go over the very basics just from animation player all the way into AnimationTree. And we're also going to go into states and state machines. Now, I'm going to go over the complete basics of everything, and I hope that you will able to take everything that you learn and create your own character in the future. The next part is dictionaries and an inventory system. Now, creating an inventory system can be pretty complex in of itself. However, I'm going to simplify that with dictionaries. So we're going to go over in-depth dictionary explanations, and you're going to leave this course hopefully a master of dictionaries. And not only will you be able to create another inventory system of your own, but you'll be able to adapt your inventory system to however you like. And the last thing, it's not super complex, but we're going to be creating a simple AI monster system. You'll be able to create a world of various different monsters that you can choose from, that you can add to your game or to any other game that you create. So I hope you guys are ready for this course. This course, I hope you will have a lot of fun in, and good luck.
Hey, welcome everyone. This is going to be the first part to our series. So first up is we're going to go through the packs that we have and the options that we have. So the first option is going to be the K-Kit pack. So first off, we have two sections to this game. We have the character pack and we have the environment packs. So for the characters, I'm going to be going through two different ways of doing this. We're going to go through the K-Kit animations, going with the animations and the K-Kit skeletons. I have made a video on this before, but we will include it in this series as well. And the second option is going to be the Mixamo character pack. So these guys, this is also another site that allows you to have a lot of different character packs. And we'll be going through the process of implementing this into Godot as well. So that's two options that we have that we will be covering in this series. So you'll have two options on that point. And next up, we have the simple grass texture. This is just a very easy kind of plugin for Godot that allows us to, as you can see, add grass. So this is really cool. You can download it down below, and I'll kind of be showing that into our game later on. Next up is our environment pack. So for environment packs, we have a few options. This K-Kit dungeon pack goes with the K-Kit animations and stuff, but it's up to you really. So another option for the environment pack is going to be these two, the modular village and modular terrain pack. So these two kind of go together. They're from the same artist. These are actually kind of cool because this artist has a way to kind of build this. I think it's masked, this guy. So you can implement this. I think you have to buy it. So it's not just for Unity. I think it's a third-party software that you can build essentially stuff like this outside of Godot and then re-import it into Godot. I'm not 100% sure. We're not going to cover that. We're just going to be doing most of our work in Godot. So it's just up to you and what you want to pick, but this is a viable option. Next up is the actual item pack. So this is going to be for inventory stuff. So this is kind of important. We're not going to use all of it, but it's free. And so you can download a few items from this or just download this pack and we'll be using it later on. Okay, and lastly, the dev pack, the dev assets pack. So here we're actually only going to be using the Firestarter guy. And it sounds a bit silly, but that's kind of mainly all we're going to use. Obviously, there's more stuff so that you can use it if you'd like. So there's weapons, fences, and you can just build whatever you like. We'll be going through everything you need to know to set up everything together. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure we actually export each folder that we need. So here I have exported them already to each separate folder, and I want you to make your own. Let's make our project. So I've already made it, but I'm going to just show you how to actually do that in case you don't know. So real quick, we just open up Godot. We go to new project, as you already saw. We're going to go to project path. You can put it wherever you want. I put it on desktop. You can click browse wherever you want, create the folder, and we're going to use forward plus. You can always change this later, but we're going to use forward plus for now. And then I use none. So that's what I did. And then I create and edit. And let's open up my project. So the first things we're going to do is I'm going to delete these so you're not confused. So here we're going to go into our project setting. We're going to change a few things. Well, two things. So the first thing that you're probably going to want to do is change texture here to texture default to nearest. We're not going to use linear. We're going to use nearest. And in case you don't see all these settings, we're going to go to advanced settings on the top right. Next up, we're going to go to window and go through a few different options. So for the mode, I'm going to be using windowed, but you're more than welcome to use whatever else you want. Maximized, full screen, it doesn't matter. Now for the stretch, we're going to be using canvas item. The reason is because when I have something that I draw on the screen, so if you're looking at my face and I drew something on my face and I increase this entire screen, I want this item to be expanded as well. Now, if it's not canvas items, that won't happen. If we have it on disabled, it won't work. So that's why we need it on canvas items. Okay, so here, as you can see, I've already made a 3D scene. We're going to save this and as world, and we're going to run it, and it'll prompt you to select current. So we'll select current and run our first screen. So this is just our 3D world. There's nothing in it yet, so we can't even notice that it's 3D. And next up, we're going to actually edit a few things in our animation pack. So the first thing we have to realize is that there's a lot of different ways to have a 3D item. So let me minimize these. So the 3D items or 3D objects can be stored as different types of objects. So here, let's go to models, go to characters, and here we can see there's different types of things. So we have object, FBX, and DAE. Here, I'm going to delete these three and leave GLTF. I'm going to delete them because they're going to take up too much space. And we're going to go to assets and same thing. Let's delete all three of those. And let's go to resource. We don't need that. Let's delete these. Let's close this. Let's go to dungeon. And we're going to have to do the same thing here. So we're going to go to samples. We don't need that. Let's delete all those and delete everything except for GLTF. Let's go back here. Okay, and last up is the, which one did I not edit? I think it was the animation. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so here we go. Let's go to the animations. We're going to delete the FBX. We're going to go to documentation. We don't need that. We don't need the resources. The model, I don't believe we need, but we're going to play with it anyways. We're going to delete everything except for the GLT. We're going to delete all those. Oops. Delete, not enter. All right, awesome. Now we've deleted everything that we don't need. Let's import those into our game. Okay, now that we've imported everything, let's maximize our screen again and take a look at what we have. So the first thing we're going to actually use is probably our character skeletons pack. So we're not going to make our character just yet. We're not going to animate it just yet, but we're going to make it. So let's go to character body 3D and create it as a separate screen. So here we'll rename it to player. And let's add a few things that we need. So collision, shape. We're going to create it as a sphere. So here, we'll make it as big as we want. We'll move it up. And lastly, let's actually add our mesh. So what is a mesh? Well, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. So let's open up our character pack. We're not going to go to the assets because I think those are weapons and stuff. So here we're going to use our base character. Where is it? The minion. That's the base one. So here, if we drag it out a little bit, we can read it and say it says character skeleton minion. I think broken is just the bones are broken. Yeah, that one has like a thing in his head. Yeah, this one doesn't. So we're going to drag this guy in. And here we can see that we have our node 3D. Now, if we double click this guy, this pops up. And here we have a bunch of meshes. So the mesh itself is simply the drawing, essentially, the skeleton. So here we can look at each one separately. And we have the eyes, the head, etc. We have so many things. We have the hand. And we'll close this. And what we'll do is when we drag this in, it ends up being a node 3D, right? So here's our node 3D. What you can do is inherit this and say new inherited, and this will pop up. But we don't want this. We don't want to save this and then reload it. What we can do instead is what is happening? There we go. Ooh, that's really weird. Okay, let's delete this and drag that back in. Okay, that was a weird bug. Hopefully we edit that out. Okay, so here what we'll do instead is we'll right-click this and we'll go to make local. Now what we can do is take all these guys out. Or no, we'll leave this in. So now we have all the meshes and we just leave the node 3D to kind of contain all these meshes. So now we have all the meshes as a local thing. So now I can like make the head invisible for some reason, or the eyes, or the jaw. I'm not sure why, but you know, we now have that option, right? So now we've made everything local, and now we have our player. So let's actually make a new folder for our player. We're gonna have everything we put in our player there. So let's save it. Let's go to our player, make a new script. We're gonna use the template basic movement. Let's put it in, and now let's add a camera 3D. Now for the camera 3D, we're just going to place it above him for now, just so we can kind of see the game. So let's kind of rotate it so that it's looking at our player. So here we have the red guy that rotates it, right? We have the blue one that rotates it to the other way. And that's it. So here we can have the camera looking at the player. So if I were to play, nothing will happen because in our world, we don't have our player yet. Now let's actually drag our player in. So let's add this guy in and play and see what happens. And most likely nothing will happen. So we can see our player, he's upside down. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our camera and we most likely rotated it the wrong way. Yeah, so let's actually do that this way. Nope. Let's do like that. There we go. Let's rotate this guy 180, the Y, and then we'll just drag this down just a little bit. There you go. And now we have it rotated properly. So that little triangle on the top means that it's pointing up. So here in our world, let's add a floor so that we can actually walk on something. So let's add a collision, but obviously we need a static body to hold that collision. Well, let's add a shape. Let's give it a box, and let's just make it really wide. Wrong way. There we go. And let's drag this up a little bit. And so here we should fall down. Well, we should, but we won't because actually we've already added our script. So let's see what happens. Let's see if we fall down. Okay, here we go. So here we can see that our player is in, and if we try moving, it seems like nothing is happening. Well, that's because we have nothing as a reference. So why don't we try adding a mesh to our floor? So let's make a mesh instance. Let's go here and we'll say mesh box. And in our mesh box, we'll just drag it using these guys. Or we can actually just use this and make it bigger. So let's drag it out. Try to fit it. Make it fit the floor of the actual collision. Here we go. And there we go. There's our floor. So now let's play and see what we got. So now we can see our actual floor and we can see that it's moving around. Now, you might notice that the directions might not be working properly. Like if I go up, I'm going back. If I go down, I'm going forward. If I try clicking to the right, it's going to go to the left, but that's okay. We're not going to worry too much about this because we're going to be actually changing the player controls and everything ourselves. So, but that's it for now. So we now have a floor and player. So that's good. One last thing we're going to do before I end this part is we're going to add the environment. So what is an environment? Well, that's a great question. I'm so happy you asked. An environment is something that will essentially allow us to change the environment around us. And as you noticed, we added it and it changed so much already. So let me just pull up my reference. So I have the environment settings I made. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is actually create an environment. So we have to go here to the top and say new environment. And we're going to go in here and we can now edit a bunch of things. Now here we have a lot of different options, but we're not going to play with all of them. However, if you want certain effects, like for example, glow or fog, this is a great option because now we have fog, glow. There's so many different things you can do with environment. Now, the main thing we're going to do to actually make this feel like a 3D action game is we're going to go to background. We're going to change it to sky. We're going to go to the actual sky. This option should pop up. We'll go to sky and say new sky. We're going to go to the sky material. We're going to make it a procedural sky material. There we go. And now in here, for the radiance size, we'll do 128. And here, I don't think I changed anything. Oh, no, I lied. I did do some things. Here is where we can actually change the color of the sky. So let's go to top color. And I used like a little bit of a more white because now it kind of feels like a white sky. You're more than welcome to do like a light blue, maybe, whatever you like. And then for the horizon color, I use kind of a darkish blue. Not darkish blue, but kind of bluish. So that's like the horizon, right? So now we see the horizon there. And here you can change whatever you like. You have the curve, and change whatever you like. So you can play around with things, right? So we have the energy multiplier, cover. You can play around with this, but those are the settings I'm going to be using. And no, that's it actually. That's it for the environment. So we now have a sky with a sun. So what happened? Well, here we can now see our shadow. That's why we have a shadow, because we've just added the environment. So in our game, you might not see it, but that's okay. We're going to be adding things in later that will actually allow us to do that. So that's it for this part. I'm going to be showing you guys how to import a character from Mixamo as well. This is going to be another separate part. So one of the things that we should keep in mind is here, there's no animation player, but we'll be using the KKit animation later on to set it up. So you will have two different options to set up this character, the KKit, or the Mixamo character. Now, in this series, I will most likely be using the KKit character for most of the stuff. However, just keep in mind, you'll see later, but once everything is set up, it's basically the same. So you don't have to worry about, oh, what if it's a little different and I can't follow along? Don't worry. It's going to be exactly the same. This character eventually will have an animation player here with like idle, run, stuff like that. And the Mixamo character will also have that. So you'll see in a minute. So let's get started. Let's first, obviously. Okay, so the first thing I have to do is go to the main website. You have to log in. So make sure you're actually logged in because I don't think it'll let you download assets unless you're logged in. So here, let's go to the characters and pick a character. So the character I would recommend picking is one with a prop. So we have two options. I'm going to pick this one for so I don't get demonetized. And then we're going to download it. So we're going to do FBX download. Boom, boom, boom. Awesome. And now we're going to, you can look through all the other characters and pick whatever you want. Now, just keep in mind, this one has a sword, a built-in sword. And that's kind of important because what's going to happen is if we try to pick one without a sword and attack, for example, it's not going to really work properly. So let's just keep that in mind. Whoops. So we're going to need idle. Let's look up idle. So let's look for an idle animation that we want. We can pick maybe, let's pick this one. Let's try to pick something kind of short because the longer the loop, so on the bottom, we could see here that this was 50 frames and the other one was 300. A longer frame is going to just be a little harder on Godot. Godot is obviously not the best 3D engine, so we're going to try to pick ones that are a little easier. So that was an idle one. Let's find a walk animation. Let's see. Now, okay, here's the main issue when it comes to Godot. So Godot has an issue when things walk forward like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to make him in place. So we're going to make him walk in place. Awesome. So this is one option. So let's download this. FBX, all the default settings, walk. Now let's look for a attack. Whoops. I guess they finished downloading. Attack. So you can pick anything you want. However, just keep in mind, we have to try to look for one where he's in place. Okay. These are all really weird attacks. Yeah, I think I'm going to pick that one. Yeah, let's pick this one. Let's download it. And the last one we need is jump. Now, there is two things to keep in mind. So this, I think it's this one. I think this is the one I used. I'm not 100% sure. Let's look through them together. We can use this one. Yeah, that one's the full one. So you want to look for a full animation from start to finish. So there's not going to be a falling animation that we're going to implement. We're just going to do the full jump. Let's pick this one. One other thing to keep in mind, in Mixamo, there is, if I go here, I can search up pack, I think, yeah. And we have these packs. So these packs are like Magic One, for example. You can look for one that's for this character. So I think if we scroll down, here we go, Sword and Shield pack. Now, it's a little hard to download this pack and actually use it for a few different reasons. One, because you'll see later in Blender, it doesn't really work that well. Two, because some of them, like walking, they're not in place and we can't change that. So I would recommend just doing everything separately and just doing every download that you need as a single file. Okay, so now let's go to our game and let's import everything. So first, let's create a new folder so I don't get confused. Let's say Mixamo layer. Okay, and now let's open up Blender. So let's look up Blender and open it up. And now here's the fun part. So we have to basically import our FBX folders into Blender and export it again as a GLTF. Now, first of all, as you could see, I deleted everything in our scene. So delete everything under scene collection. Now let's go to File, Import. We're going to import as an FBX. Let's find the files that we used. So first, we're going to import the Paladin with a prop. We're not going to import anything else, just the prop guy, just the actual T-pose. So give it a second, it'll load the character, and you should be able to see our character as a T-pose. So here, now what you can do is import the rest. So now let's import the rest of the animations, idle, jumping, standing melee, and walking. And now it'll import all those, and they'll be on the right side. So the amateur, we have amateur, which is the T-pose. And if we just give it a second, load. There we go. That took a little second. But now we can see we have a bunch of animations. So now all we have to do is delete these guys. We don't need them. And I'll show you why in a second. So now we're left with the amateur. Now let's go to the animation tab on the top. Now this was a bug, not a bug, a little error I had when I was doing this on my own. Sometimes the animations don't show up. Now the reason is because you haven't selected anything. So make sure your character amateur is selected before looking at the animations and start panicking. Okay. So now here on the left, let's go to Action Editor. Let's now pick a different animation. So this is the T-pose. So we can actually rename this to T-pose. Now let's take a look at one of the other ones and let's play it. This one looks like the idle animation. So let's rename it to idle. And let's just repeat that for all the rest of them. So what is this one? This one is jump. So let's rename that to jump. This one should be walk. Let's rename that to walk. And lastly, this should just be attack because that's the last one. Okay, so now on our file, now that we've renamed everything, we want to export this file as a GLTF. Okay, so let's go to export and just do that. So GLTF, there it is, and or GLB. So now let's save it as in our downloads file or wherever, and we'll just name it as our character. And now let's export. We'll export. And now we want to go to our project and simply import this guy. So I'm going to just open up my folder. Whoops. So import the character that we just exported, and let me find it. There it is. Character.gbl, It'll import it, and hopefully my editor edits out me taking out my thing and everything. That would be nice. Okay, and so now when we open up this character, we can see that this has popped up. So let's take our minion and hide it for a second. Now, remember, when we have a GLB or an asset as a 3D, all we have to do is just drag it in, right? So here we can see our character. Let's drag it up a little bit and reset its transformation. So let's do this. So we can reset it in the middle. And that's their character. So he's actually the same size too, which is quite nice, or almost the same size. And now, remember, all we have to do is make local, okay? Now, here's the best part. This comes with the animation player. So now we have animations for it. We have attack. We have idle. We can play it. We have idle. There we go. And now we can actually use this a little bit. So here we have our camera and everything. It works quite nicely. Now, what we can do, so we have all these. What we can do is let's go into our script and kind of play with this a little bit. So I'm kind of assuming you know how to read code, but we'll go through this anyways together. So in Godot or in 3D, there are 3 axes. We have X, Y, and Z. Now, Y is the same as 2D. So Y is the gravity. Y is the downward force, right? So this is adding gravity to our character. So if our character is not on the floor, we'll try to pull him towards the floor. Now, this is going to be our jump. So if we're on the floor and I click spacebar, then I'm just going to jump. I'm just going to make our velocity equal to the jump velocity, which is 4.5 in this case. And all this is moving. Now, this is moving, and this is essentially idle. If direction means if my input direction, let's do one at a time. So input direction is actually a really good way to take our 3 keys, left, right, up, down, and say, hey, which way are we trying to go? Right. So either we'll end up getting a vector of 2D space. So we'll get a 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, or 1, 0, 1, 1 maybe, etc. Right. So 0, 1 would be going to the right, I believe. Right. So it would print different things, or 0, -1 would be left, or up, no, down, up. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Either way, this will give us a 2D vector. Okay. Now direction is just this. Is just going to basically take our input direction, and as you can see, it's just going to make it a 3D vector, or a vector 3, because this guy is a 2D vector. We don't want that. We want a 3D vector. So here we're going to transform our thing, our direction into our input direction into a vector 3. And so the y-axis is going to be 0 because, well, so you want to fly, like there's no reason to fly, right? So our y direction is going to be 0. And then if direction, meaning if direction is anything other than 0, if it's actually valid, then we'll actually move. So this is going to be the movement, right? It's a very simple movement, but it works. And then this is going to say, okay, if direction isn't happening, then we're just going to move towards 0 with the attachment of speed. So we're going to go from our current velocity to 0. Okay, so what we can do is we can actually go here and say get node character animation player dot play idle. I think it's capitalized actually. And then we can also go here and say play walk. I think it was walk, right? Oops, run. Yeah, it was walk. Okay, cool. And so now when we play, we should have some animation, hopefully. Yeah, there you go. So there's our player. And so when I walk, I start like animating my player. That's awesome. Okay. All right. So as I said, for the rest of the series, I'm not going to be using this character. So I'm actually going to delete it for now. And I'm going to remove this animation. But I'm now going to show you guys how to do the minion animation. Here, we're going to make our character invisible again. And so Just keep in mind, I have another video showing how to do this, but I'm going to show you how to do it in this series anyways, just so you don't have to click off and then click back onto this series. So, and it's going to be relatively quick. So all we have to do is take our KKit character animation 1.2. We're going to drag in our KKit animated character. And we're just going to drag him in right under. And now we see, I think his name is Prototype Pete. So now again, remember, how do we make it local? I want you to pause the video and do this yourself. We've done this a few times, so you should be able to do this. So on pause, hopefully, and we'll make local. And so now here we see all the things that we need. And it's the same setup as before. So we even have the animation set up for us. So we have the roll and all that stuff. However, this is a problem because we want the skeleton to move, not the prototype Pete, right? So let's make him invisible for now. And let's zoom in a little bit. So what can we see? Well, this is actually his skeleton. So if we go to the skeleton 3D and make this invisible, there goes the skeleton. So this is the skeleton that we want to attach to our player. So if we attach this player to the skeleton, we'll be able to move. Now, maybe you think, okay, well, I can just do this. Well, not really. It doesn't work, right? So maybe you're like, oh, okay, well, this is a mesh, so maybe I can do this, right? Not really, again, right? So K actually makes this really easy. So he's made bones for us. So the bones are what usually work with the skeleton. So all we have to do is let's attach bone attachment 3D. Let's create it. And we're going to duplicate this a few times. I don't remember exactly how many it is, but just a few. And all we have to do now is make up one bone for each of these. So body, head, arm, left, etc., etc. So let's start doing that. Let's say head. Let's go in order. So body, after that. What's next? Arm left. Arm left. Now, I don't think they have to be capitalized. I'm almost sure they're not, mainly because, I'll show you in a second. Let's see, hand slot left. And slot left. And slot right. Okay, so now if we read the error, it's going to say it's not bound to any bone. So we have to actually start doing that. So we have to bound it to the head to the head. And here, if we actually, okay, so the body, let's look at the position of the body. If we attach it to the body, it's going to move. Okay, maybe not that one. Let's do the left arm. Arm left, it's going to move to the arm left. And same thing for the arm right. Right, it's going to move to where the right arm is. And same thing for the hand slot. It's going to move to the hand slot, right? It's the last one, arm right, slot. And now that's it. So let's actually take our node 3D. Now make sure you don't delete the mesh. We're going to delete the node 3D. We don't need this. We're going to take our mesh outside here. And first off, we have to actually make sure that he's centered again in the middle. There we go. So make sure the transform is 0, 0, 0, 0. And now we're going to basically drag everything into the bones. So let's take our head and pop that into the head. Let's take our body, drag that into the body. We're going to take our arm left, drag that into the arm, and arm right. So now let's minimize all these, delete prototype Pete. We don't need him anymore. Bye-bye, Pete. And let's play a attack 1, for example. And let's play it. And there we go. There's our attack. That's awesome. So we now have an attack that works really nice. That's awesome. So we now have an attack. So that's it. That's it. So we've essentially animated our skeleton. And so we could do the same thing. We're going to actually get started in player states soon. So let's get right into that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to minimize everything. So make sure that you've minimized everything so we have a more organized player. And for the camera, let's just reset all the transform and rotation. And let's go into our actual player and add a node 3D. And then in our node 3D, we're going to add a spring arm 3D. Now, this is a helper node mostly used in third-person cameras. So this is perfect for what we need. So let's take our camera and attach it to the spring arm. Now let's take our node 3D and rename it to camera controller. Now this camera controller will essentially allow us to control the camera. So let's add a script to it. And hopefully, yeah, it adds it to our player folder. And in here, we're going to add a function for input. So this function is going to detect any sort of input. So there's a built-in Godot function that allows us to do that, and it's called input. So let's just add input, and let's get rid of these comments and the ready function. We don't need that. Okay, so let's take our string arm and let's play around with a few things and see what happens. So the first thing that we're going to want to do, and we'll kind of come back to why I did this later, is I'm going to take the string arm and I'm going to put it right above the player's head. So you can attach this right on top of the player's head, wherever player you're using. Just put it above his head, not inside of his head. We'll find out later in a second why. Now let's see what happens if I take our string length and just increase it. Now you see there's a little line there that increases it. Now the camera doesn't follow it. However, if I play, it should follow it. So let's try and see what happens. Okay, there we go. So that is the arm essentially. That is the string length of the arm. So let's increase this and go back to our game. And as you can see, it's zoomed out essentially. So this will kind of act as our zoom in and out. So it's going to be a nice way to zoom in and out. Now, this isn't exactly how we're going to do it yet, but this is a basic idea of how it's going to work. So in our game, we now see that we have our, that's not what I want. Let's make it a little longer. So now in our game, we have our player. Now we want to actually make our mouse enter the game. Now, how do we do that? Well, I lied. We're going to add in our ready function again. And in our ready function, we're going to add this line of code. Input.mouseMode equals input mouse mode captured. Now, if we erase this and we say mouse, we'll see a bunch of different things. So we have confined, captured, confined, hidden, and visible. So I think visible is the default. That's how we usually have it. So once we want to revert it back to having our mouse, which we'll do later, way later in the series, this is what we'll use. If we want to capture it and actually have it as an FPS, this is what we're going to use. So let's try it and play again. And now our mouse should disappear. So it's captured our mouse. So that's not exactly what we want to do, because now we want to actually have input. So what we can do is we can say if event is input event mouse button. We want to do motion. So we're going to check for the motion of the mouse. Now, if it is motion, let's print motion and see what we get. So I want to see if it actually works. So if I move, if I click, nothing should happen. Only if I move my mouse, because it's a motion. So here we have a lot of things. We have position and relative, velocity, a bunch of other stuff. Now, what we really want is the relative. The relative is what's going to allow us to essentially, it's a vector 2, right? So we have two numbers here, so x and y. It's going to allow us to tell us, okay, which way are we going in the y and x axis, right? So on our in our actual game, we have a 3D scene, but on our screen, we see a 2D plane, right? We see a flat plane in front of us, right? Because, you know, this isn't VR, this is just a regular 3D plane. Now, and obviously, if we just look with our eyes, let's say our eyes just have a 2D plane. That is how we perceive things. So we need to use that relative to essentially move our camera around the player. Now, let's say I'm moving to the right. So I'm going to stop moving the mouse. Now I'm going to move my mouse to the right and let's see what we get. So now we can see that our numbers are kind of increasing here, right? So it goes, it went from 1, 4, 14, right? So, or from 0 to 14, essentially. So that is what we're going to use to essentially move our camera. So what we want to do is, let me copy this code, this line. It's going to be a little long, but essentially we're going to make a variable called x rotation. Let's import the sensitivity. I forgot to do that. So we're going to add a variable called sensitivity. This is just to allow us to change the sensitivity of our mouse later on. So we'll kind of have it as 5 for now. So for the x rotation, this is going to be the plane, x plane, right? We're going to want to rotate around the x plane. Now, we want to essentially take our rotation.x, subtract it from the event.relative.y, and then we're going to divide it by 1,000 times sensitivity, because that would give us 5,000, because that's going to give us a really big number. And then we're going to clamp it between these two numbers. So what is clamp? Well, let's actually go here. So if you don't know how to do this, all we have to do is Control and left click, left click, yeah, and then click the value or click the function. It'll pop up the documentation, which is very useful. So clamp will essentially allow us to give it a value, a min and a max, and it'll take that value and clamp it between those two values. So here, let's say, see this one, it's going to give, we're going to give it -1, and it's going to clamp it between -1 and 5, meaning it's going, if it's too low, if it's past -1, then we're going to put it at -1, right? So if it's -100, it's going to put it at -1. If it's negative at 10,000, it's going to put it at -1. It doesn't matter, right? So it's going to clamp it. It's going to make sure that it only hits that minimum or that maximum, okay? So we want to clamp it between those two because, well, you'll see in a minute, because there is a reason. Either way, we're going to do the exact same thing now for the Y rotation, but we're not going to clamp it, and you will see why in a minute. Now what we're going to do, lastly, is we're going to rotate. We're going to take our rotation and make it equal to vector 3, X rotation, Y rotation, and 0. Now 0 is the Z axis. We don't want to, or we don't have to move the Z axis, right? Because we only want to move this way, essentially around our character. We don't want to move under in a sense. So let's play and see what we get. And now when I move my mouse, it moves around the player. Now the X axis, the reason we clamp it is because I don't want to keep it going up and down. So let's actually take this out. Yeah, let's take this out for a second. And what we'll do is we'll copy this. And let's not clamp it. Let's just take rotation. Let's do the exact same thing as the Y rotation. And do it like that. We'll multiply by sensitivity. And let's play again and see what we get. And now I get a really wanky camera that rotates up and down, right? Because usually in a game, we can rotate all the way around on the Y-axis, meaning we can rotate around him, but we don't want to have to be able to rotate above a certain point. That's why we clamp it. Okay, so that's why we're going to clamp that value. Let's delete that line. Make sure that we don't get any errors. And you can change these values to whatever you want. You can try 0.5. These are the values that I found the best. You can change it to whatever you want. Maybe you can try 0.3 and -3, whatever you want, right? So it'll kind of depend later on. Later on, we'll add graphs. So you'll see the reason why I chose those values, etc. So you can choose and play around with those values. And again, you can also play around with the sensitivity. You could always do that. So hopefully you understand how we rotated around the camera. Okay, the next thing is we're going to handle zoom. Now zoom is going to be a little different because the event is not the exact same. So we're going to say if event is input event mouse button, then we're going to check which button it is. So the way I do this isn't the best, but the way I figure out which event I'm looking for, so event is going to be any sort of key or input I give to the computer. So if I hit spacebar, actually it won't print anything because we're only checking for mouse button. Okay, so let's start clicking. So if I right click, we can see that it prints on the bottom. Now if I left click, well, it'll print again. Now see here, the button index, this was right click, this was left click. Now let's see, it should say, yeah, button mask was essentially button down, and then button mask 0 was button up. So there's a bunch of different things on how to check for this. Now we're going to add an if statement, and this if statement is going to basically allow us to see if our input button index is going to be mouse, the middle mouse. So if I scroll down, you'll see button index is equal to 5. If I scroll up, it should give me, oh, let's print the event outside that if statement. Let's play again. Now if I scroll up, it'll give me index 4. So now we can check if we're scrolling up or down by saying if index input or button index is 4 or 5. So this is scrolling down. So let's do something when we scroll down. We want to say get node spring arm dot spring length. Looks like someone's at my door. I'm going to ignore that for now. Sorry about that. Okay, so for our spring length, we're going to increase it by 0.1 every time I scroll. I'm going to take this, copy it, and we're going to add it here and say negative. Now let's see what we get. boop, boop. And now we can scroll in and out. Now, one of the reasons, there's another reason why. Let's actually show you why. So let's put this inside of his head, the spring arm, and see what we get. So they're partly, it doesn't look like it's happening here. So I had a lot of issues with the camera rotation before. If the spring arm was inside of his head, it wouldn't really work properly. And so it would kind of spring back into his head, and it kind of created a lot of bugs. And I found the only way to fix this, and so of course you could do that, the only way to fix this was to put it above his head. So if you're having bugs with it, definitely just put it above his head. If you're not, go for it. You can put it in his head, whatever you want, play around with it. So let's go back to the camera rotation and add a few things, because it's working, but it's not working perfectly. So I've made it so that it's like this. So we're going to check if the spring length is less than 10, then we'll keep adding to it. Now we're only going to subtract from it if we're over 0.5, okay? We can actually change that to 0.1 if we want, whatever you like. So now this will essentially max out at a certain point, so I can't zoom out too far, and I can't zoom in too close. Let's actually do like 2. I think that's a little far. Okay, let's see how far. Yeah, there you go. So you can max and min the zoom. You can make these values as well. So let's say variable max zoom equals 10, variable min zoom equals 2, and then we'll replace those values. So here, and min zoom up there. Okay, and that's it. So now we can zoom in and out pretty smoothly, and it follows the player. So I think we should be still able to move. And yeah, so we can now move a little bit and zoom in and out of our player. Now the player movement isn't working yet, but we'll get to that. But yeah, that's our camera, and it's working pretty nicely. Now, one of the main issues later on is going to be the global position, because we're going to need that. Now we'll get back to why we need this later, but for now, I want you to add this piece of code. So we're going to take our global position of the camera controller, and we're going to make it equal to the player global position, because the camera controller doesn't always follow the player properly in the sense of the position. Now the position will follow it, but not the global position. So we want this to kind of be separate from the player in the sense that its global position will change with the player. Okay, let's get started with our animation tree. So let's obviously first actually add our animation tree. And inside of our animation tree, let me just double check which one we need. Yeah, we're going to learn about the state machine. So the state machine is what we're going to use. The first thing we need to do is activate it. Or can't activate it because we need to assign it. So let's assign our animation player, and then let's activate it. Now we can see that nothing happens because we need to actually add stuff. So let's add a few things, and then I'll explain what the state machine actually does. So first, let's add the idle. Where is that? It might be a little far, so we might have to just, oh, there it is. Never mind. So let's move that right there. We can kind of align it. Now let's go from start. Let's take our transition and let's drag it from start to idle. Okay, now let's add one more. We'll add a few. So let's add attack. Where's that? Shoot, attack one hand. I think that's all we really need. There's attack combo. You can add whatever you want. Let's go to walk. And then lastly, what else did I add? Jump. Where's the jump animation? Is there one? Yeah, there is. Perfect. Okay, so if you're using another K-kit or another thing, you should have all those animations. Let's play with this now. So now you might notice a problem. If you've never used AnimationTree, don't worry. We're going to explain it through it mostly 4 things. Now, when you play it, it works here. However, now let's try playing something else. So we see it's already playing the idle. Now let's try playing the jump. It's not going to work because our animation tree is essentially overriding our animation player now. Now let's try playing the jump. That's what our jump looks like. Okay, so animation tree is going to override our animation player because we have our animations in here. So now let's actually organize this a little bit. So let's have our attack. I think we can zoom out. No, I lied. I guess not. Okay, let's organize this by just putting that there. Let's put our walk over here. And now I'll put my jump on the bottom. Now let's take our idle, and we're going to idle from walk to attack and to jump. Now, okay, so let's explain what a state machine is. So a state machine is essentially a machine that will allow us to go and rotate between different states. Now, the state is essentially the state of our player. Now, if we want to show the idle animation, we'll be in the idle state. Now, if I wanted to show the jump animation, I'll be in the jump state. Now, if I want to be in the walk animation, jump state, etc., right? Or walk state, sorry. So that's the idea. Now we think, okay, so how do I want to get from to attack? Well, you would think, so let's say you don't want your player to be able to go from jump to attack. Well, that means you don't have to add a transition to that. But I want you to be able to get to attack from idle and walk. So what we can do is attach one from both those. So we can go from either idle to attack or walk to attack. Now we want to be able to go from attack to idle or from attack to walk, right? Because our player could, or the person playing the game could still have their finger on W or pressing forward, right? Now we also want to go from idle to jump and jump back to idle, and we want to be able to go from jump to walk to jump. Let me double check that's everything. And let me reorganize this actually to how I have it on my reference. My attack is over here and my walk is on top. And this is how I have it organized. Okay, awesome. Now let's change a few things. So first thing we're going to do is on jump, we're going to go to the actual transition, and you can see on the right-hand side, we can actually change a few things. So we can change X fade time. Now the X fade time is actually really, really cool. It allows us to essentially fade between these two animations and blend them. So if your animation player isn't smooth going from jump to idle, it'll actually smooth it out for us. So that's actually really cool. So let's go here, and I usually make this 0.1 usually. Yeah, in my reference, I did 0.1. Obviously, it depends on the animation. You might want to double check whatever you're using, but that's usually a good reference because it'll blend it out even though it's really fast. Now, for the switch mode, this is immediate, right? So there's a few different ones. I'm not 100% sure what sync does. I think it just syncs the two together. Immediate essentially will go from idle to jump, from idle to jump, from jump to idle, etc. And it won't play the actual animation. Now at end will allow us to play the animation and then go to idle, and then so you can see that it's going back and forth because this transition is immediate, right? Now I think, what do I want to do? We want to take this and we want to take our mode and remove that. And let's go to walk, this guy. Let's go to our auto mode and take that off. Let's go to this guy and switch that off. And that's it. So now we're going to be stuck in the idle mode. Now it'll only travel between these states unless we ask it to. So let's actually go through all of them and turn them all off. Now, the only other one we're going to switch at the end of the animation is also the attack animation. So let's go to the switch mode and change that to at end. And then let's go to auto. Actually, this will be on auto because when we play in our game, I want it to automatically finish the attack animation and go back to idle. We don't have to worry about switching it manually. Now, the other ones we're going to have to worry about. So let's turn off auto for all of them. Now, if I didn't, what would happen, especially for like idle to walk? So let's turn that back on and see what happens. It'll go to walk, right? It'll automatically finish idle, or actually, I don't think it'll even finish. Let's play it. Yeah. Wait. Okay, I don't think it finished it. And it just automatically goes to walk. So we have to make sure that that's disabled. And I forgot the transition from walk to idle. So let's add that and make sure we switch that off. Okay, so that's our animation tree all set up. Let's test it a little bit. Let's go into our animation player and let's add a few things. So the first thing we can do is we can actually auto load or load a few things. So I'm going to auto load these two things and you're going to hopefully copy it. So we're going to on ready variable. animation tree, and we're going to get the animation tree. And then we're going to also load the playback. Now the playback is the animation tree dot get parameters slash playback. Now this is, it's hard to find here, but it's essentially parameters. Here we go. Parameters playback. Here it is. So it'll get this entire playback as a node almost. And now what we can do is we can say in direction here, let's say playback dot travel to idle. Nope, that's when we're walking. So let's actually make that walk. And then what we can do here, we can change this to idle. And now let's play. And now when I move, or when I'm not moving, you can see he's idle. And now when I start moving, it doesn't matter what direction, he starts walking, right? Which is really cool. So now we can travel between those two states because we're manually doing it. Because to travel is essentially telling our animation tree, we're going to automatically, or not automatically, we're going to manually switch to walk. And then here, if direction is 0, essentially, and we're not moving, we're going to manually switch back to idle, right? So let's say I switch to attack, or jump actually. Let's actually do that. Let's go here and go to jump. Now, this won't work properly because I'll explain why in a second. Let's just try and see if it works. And let's jump. And there you go. So he should play the jump and go back to idle automatically. I don't have to travel to idle because it automatically goes at the end of the animation, right? And there we go. So there's our cool little jump. Now we'll make it smoother later on and add different ways to do this, but let's add this back in and see what happens. It shouldn't work, but if it does, that'd be kind of interesting. Okay, cool. It doesn't work. That's good. Well, it's not good because that's not really what we want, right? But it's kind of expected. Now, why is that happening? Well, because what's happening is physics process, the computer is going to read this code in this direction, right? From top to bottom. And it does this every second. It does it more than once a second, right? So it's going to always be checking for this jump, and then it's going to go down, and it's going to be checking for this input. Now, if I do click input, right? If direction is valid, meaning I am clicking something, then I'm going to be clicking, I'm going to go to walk. Now, if I'm not doing anything, I'm going to go to idle. That means it's going to override this. Now, if I take idle out, it should work, hopefully. Let's try it. Yeah. So it'll essentially go from walk, or from whatever it is, to jump, right? Because it's not going to idle. What is actually happening, I believe, is it'll be going from walk to jump, which is allowed, right? Because we have a transition there. So this isn't the best way to do it. So we're going to actually delete this. And this is just a good way to understand how it works. Next time or in the next video, or in the next part, we'll be learning about proper state machines, and we'll actually manually add in our own state machine to essentially travel through the animation tree as well. So we'll have a state machine not only for the animations, but for the player as well. So keep in mind, a state machine, let's go over the definition of a state machine again. A state machine is a machine with states, obviously, that allow us to go in the animation and specify which animation we're playing at a time. Okay, so one state is idle, one state is walk. Now, if we're in the walk state, we are going to play the walk animation. Now, keep in mind, this is an animation tree, meaning it only cares about the animation state. It doesn't care about the other things, right? So we're going to manually do that later on. So hopefully you can stick around and we'll get right into that.
Okay, so we need to now change the way we walk, because this state, or this velocity using this direction, it just isn't really working anymore. So we're going to actually change it anyways to actually fit our direction using our camera. So let's actually just do the direction for now, and then we'll use the camera later to kind of adjust our facing. So first of all, let's just comment these two out. And what we're going to do is we're going to say direction equals, and this is actually very easy. We're going to make a vector 3, a vector 3 vector. And in this vector, it's going to be a little long, but hold on with me. So we're going to say, we're going to take our input, get action strength, walk left. And we're going to say minus the input, walk right. Okay. And then we're going to say 0 because on our direction, on our y-axis, we shouldn't be moving, right? We're not jumping, right? So the direction is only on the flat plane, as if we're walking like on a flat plane, right? Now, I want you to guess on the z-axis, what is it going to be? It should actually be very similar to this, but it's going to be the down and up inputs. So let me just copy this real quick. So in here, we'll have the input, get action strength, walk up minus the walk down. Okay, so essentially here, what we're going to have is if I'm clicking left, walk left, right, it's going to say 1 minus 0, which is going to be 1, right? So we'll end up with vector 1, 0, 0. Now, if I'm clicking right, I'll end up with -1, 0, 0. And then on this one, if I'm clicking up, I'll end up with 0, 0, 1, right? So try to visualize this in your head a little bit, but that's the basic idea. And now let's play again and try this. And let's see what we get. So now our bugginess is kind of gone. It's not jittering anymore because it's not switching its direction often anymore. Okay, there we go. And so we now switch from the move state to the idle state. Now, if you're noticing, you can see that the player is going from move state to idle state really fast. Now, this goes back to what I was saying before. So in the animation tree, we can actually take the X fade time and make it 0.2. And same thing for walking. We can say 0.2 or 0.1, whichever one. I like 0.1, but I'll do 0.2 to hopefully show the effect a bit more. So now when I walk, it's going to fade back into the original animation. It's not going to be a cut. It's a little smoother now. Okay, awesome. In the next video, we'll work on actually getting our player to move in the direction that our camera is facing. Okay, so last time we've implemented our states, and in this part, we're going to actually do things in those states. So for example, when we move, I want to move these things into our move state. Now there's going to be a reason for this, because now we can actually animate it in the states. So first, let's actually move it. So this is going to be a little hard and a little tricky because my reference doesn't exactly have what we need, but we're going to figure it out together. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave the direction here, and then we're going to take this and copy it into our move state. But in here, we're going to obviously need a physics process, and we're going to say if direction, blah, blah, blah. Now, we're going to get a bunch of errors. Now, the main reason is because, first of all, direction is not here. And even if it was, it's not the player. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say variable player, and then that's it. Whoops, that's not what we want to do. Then we're going to say function ready. And then we're going to say player equal to get parent. Now, the parent of this node or the state is going to be this player, is going to be the player itself. So now what we can do is say if player.direction, if player.velocity, player.whatever, and we're going to have to add this to each thing. So we're going to have to say player.whatever, player.speed, player.speed, dot, we got to add a dot, and etc. So hopefully that'll avoid all our errors. And this is basically going to reference each thing. So we're going to change the player's velocity. We're going to change the player's, or we're going to reference the player's velocity, reference the player's speed, all these things. Okay. And now we should have no errors. Okay. And now what we need to do is we need a way to change to the move state. So the first thing we're going to do is we have to first check. Okay, so this is moving. This is not moving. So this actually belongs in the idle state. So here we would say func physics process and then add this. So again, from the move state though, we need to do this. So let's actually copy this part into the idle state. There we go. So now we're going to, this is the idle state, meaning, so if we're not moving, this is what we should be doing. So we're just changing our velocity x and z to 0 over the time of speed. So it's a very simple way to do it. I think I change it later on, but for now, this is good enough. Okay, so in our move state, else here, instead, what we're going to do is we're going to say player dot change state to idle. Right? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So now we need two things. The first thing is let's actually add an animation. So here, what we can do in our ready function is we can say animation dot travel to walk, I think. And actually, what did we name it? Let's see. Yeah, walk. So here, remember, the animation, this is a bit confusing because I kind of messed up the naming a bit, but the animation dot is the playback, because remember, in our change state setup, we pass through the playback. So we're essentially saying playback dot travel. Okay. So back to our move state, we're going to say playback dot travel to walk. Now we can do the same thing in our idle state, but say dot or travel to idle. Now this is actually a really good way in the animation. This is a really good way to visualize what we want to do. So we want to be able to go from idle to walk. Now in our idle state, we have to add something that allows us to move or change to our move state. Now, what is that? Well, we need to add essentially an input check. So in our physics process, what we can do is say if input dot is action pressed. Now, let's actually do this real quick. Okay, let's add our own input. So let's actually avoid the error and say walk right, I think. I'm going to do is action pressed, actually, not is action just pressed. So we're going to do this, and we're going to say player dot change state to walk. But first of all, we don't have a walk right, so let's add all the things that we need in our input map. So let's go to add new action, add walk right, walk left, walk down, and walk up. There we go. Okay, now here, let's actually add everything. So let's do walk right is probably not going to be that. I don't know why I did that. Hold on, let me delete that. Walk right will be D. Walk left will be A. Walk down, we'll have it as S. And then walk up as W. We can also do the regular things and do down as the physical key, and then walk left as left, and walk right and one more key as walk right. Okay, cool. So now we have the movement. Okay, so this is only walk right. So what we want to do is we actually want to take this and say, or walk left, or walk up, or walk down. I think that's the last one. Okay, so now if I press anything, it's going to go back to change. It's going to change to the walk state. Okay, so here we have a way. Okay, so let's restart. Let's focus. Go back to the ready state. Here, let's take this out actually. We're going to automatically, on ready, our player is going to change states to idle. So we're going to go into the idle state, right? So imagine this is a really good way to visualize it. This isn't actually what's happening, but it's visualizing it for us. So we're going to start and we're going to go to the idle state. Now in the idle state, we want to go to walk, right? So this little transition here, we want to be able to go to walk. Now we have to code that walk, right? We have to be able to change that manually. We have to do it, right? And to do that, what we do is we check for input, WASD, right? And if we do, then we're going to change to walk. Now in the walk state, what do we want to do from there? Well, ideally, we want to be able to change back to idle if we're not moving anymore. Now, player direction is a really good way because the direction is just going to be 0 if it's not, right? So if it is 0, it'll change back to idle. So this is a very good, quick way and little dirty way to change back to idle. Okay, so I think that is almost all we need in there. Let me just double check. Yeah, looks like that's it. So let's give it a try and see what happens. Let me actually double check here. Yeah, let's give it a try and see what happens. Okay, we got an error already. Nice. What do we got? Non-existent function. I might have written something wrong, so we're gonna have to make sure we see in idle. Ooh, that's why. It's move, not walk. Okay. All right. And one more time, we got another error, invalid index direction. If player direction. Let me double check. Okay, what's the error here? Invalid get index direction. Character. Okay, I think I see the problem. Here, we're going to take the input direction instead. So let's go back to player move state. We'll say input direction. Let's see if that works. Okay, nope. Okay, let's do this together. Invalid get index input direction. Aha. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we need to make this global in a sense. So we need to take this direction and put it outside of the physics process. So we'll put it right here. So variable direction, and let's go back to our move state and say direction. Okay, there we go. Now that should work. And now when I move, it's very buggy, but it should move slightly. Okay, so what is happening? Well, what's happening is that it's going. Okay, so what's happening is it's going from idle to move, and then it's going from move state to idle state. Now, the reason is because of this. So let's take this out and see if that works. Okay. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is actually loop our walk animation. So let's go to the walk animation. Walk, walk, walk. Let's loop that and play one more time. Okay, there we go. We are now looping. Now the direction movement is not actually working, but that's okay. So this is not working yet, but we'll implement that in a second. So let's add back this guy, the change state, and we need to now change the way we walk, because this state or this velocity using this direction, it just isn't really working anymore. So we're going to actually change it anyways to actually fit our direction using our camera. So let's actually just do the direction for now, and then we'll use the camera later to kind of adjust our facing. So first of all, let's just comment these two out. And what we're going to do is we're going to say direction equals, and this is actually very easy. We're going to make a vector 3, a vector 3 vector. And in this vector, it's going to be a little long, but hold on with me. So we're going to say, we're going to take our input, get action strength, walk left, and we're going to say minus the input, walk right. Okay. And then we're going to say 0, because on our direction, on our y-axis, we shouldn't be moving, right? We're not jumping, right? So the direction is only on the flat plane, as if we're walking like on a flat plane, right? Now, I want you to guess on the z-axis, what is it going to be? It should actually be very similar to this, but it's going to be the down and up inputs. So let me just copy this real quick. So in here, we'll have the input, get action strength, walk up minus the walk down. Okay. So essentially here, what we're going to have is if I'm clicking left, walk left, right? It's going to say 1 minus 0, which is going to be 1, right? So we'll end up with vector 1, 0, 0. Now, if I'm clicking right, I'll end up with -1, 0, 0. And then on this one, if I'm clicking up, I'll end up with 0, 0, 1, right? So try to visualize this in your head a little bit, but that's the basic idea. And now let's play again and try this. And let's see what we get. So now our bugginess is kind of gone. It's not jittering anymore because it's not switching from it's not switching its direction often anymore. Okay, there we go. And so we now switch from the move state to the idle state. Now, if you're noticing, you can see that the player is going from move state to idle state really fast. Now, this goes back to what I was saying before. So in the animation tree, we can actually take the X fade time and make it 0.2. And same thing for walking. We can say 0.2 or 0.1, whichever one. I like 0.1, but I'll do 0.2 to hopefully show the effect a bit more. So now when I walk, it's going to fade back into the original animation. It's not going to be a cut. It's a little smoother now. Okay, awesome. In the next video, we'll work on actually getting our player to move in the direction that our camera is facing. Okay, so welcome back. Let's get right into it. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to jump back into the states. So we're going to want to implement all the animation states now. Now to do this, firstly, let's first actually be able to rotate the player. So this is actually pretty simple and it's about 2 lines of code. So the first thing we want to do, okay, it's about 3/4 lines of code. The first thing we want to do is we want to be able to turn our direction into the direction that our camera is facing. Now to do this, we're going to need a variable called hRotation. So right above we need it right here. So let's put it right here. So we'll say variable hRotation or rot. We will get the camera controller. So we can say, we can just drag it in and say camera controller. We're going to get, we're going to say transform dot basis dot get Euler. Hopefully it fixes Euler. I think it's like that. Dot y. Okay, so what is this? Let's take a look. Let's go to camera controller. Let's actually go to our camera, I think. Or will it be here? I think it'll be in our camera. If we search up the Euler, it won't be there. Okay. Here we go. Oh, sorry. There it is. So rotation edit mode, Euler. So this will return us a vector 3, and we're going to transform it into a 2D scene, or we're not going to transform it into a 2D scene. We're going to use that as our direction. Okay. And the transform is generally the transform, and the basis is, it's not here, but it's the basis of our node. So it's going to help us actually get the direction of the node. Okay. Or the direction that the camera is facing. Okay. So now what we can do is we're going to say direction equals direction dot and rotate it. So in order to take our direction with the current input, we're going to have to take our input and then rotate it based on its previous input direction, right? So let's say if direction is vector 0, 0, 0, we're not going to do anything to it because it won't matter, right? Now, however, if we have like 1, 0, 0, then we want to actually rotate it. So to do that, there's a function in Godot that helps us do that pretty easily. It's just dot rotated, and we're going to rotate it on the vector 3 up and hRotation. And then we're going to normalize it. Normalized. This will allow it to just be a better, cleaner number so that Godot doesn't get jittery. Okay, next up in our move state, this is a little line of code. I'm going to just copy it here and I'll explain it. So here, instead of the player, we're not going to rotate the player. I had a lot of issues rotating the player. So instead, we're going to rotate the mesh. And this works pretty fine, mainly because it doesn't matter if the player itself is rotated or if the mesh is rotated, because either way, the player will move in the direction of the mesh. So we're going to rotate the mesh rotation. We're going to lerp it to the angle that is currently our direction. Okay, so we're going to take its current rotation and then turn it to this, this direction. Okay, and then we're going to do it at this speed. So you can increase the speed if you would like, but this is the speed I found was kind of good and smooth. Okay, so lastly, let's make sure we have the mesh loaded, which we don't. So let's do that. So we're going to load the mesh by adding it right here. I'm going to say onReady variable player mesh equals get node warrior. Okay, not warrior. We're going to do this guy. Whoops. And like that. Okay. So we want to load the node 3D. You might think we'd have to load the skeleton or something else, but no, we're just going to load the node 3D kit. So let's play and see what we get. And now when I move, it's completely flipped. So let's actually, what's happening is our camera is flipped. So let's flip the character actually. Rotation, we'll say 180. Okay, there we go. Let's try one more time. Nope, that's not what we want to do. I think we rotate the player itself. So let's go to the transform here. We'll rotate the player. Or we can end up rotating one of the children, I think. Nope, okay, let's rotate this guy. 180. There we go. Okay, so let's rotate, let's keep that 0, and rotate the animated character instead. So now, when I try to move and when I press W, it'll go in the wrong direction now because I rotated differently, but you now see that the player rotates properly. And everything's reversed, so we'll fix that in a second. But the player, now if I click W, the player will now go backwards in the direction that my camera is facing. So what we can do is we can actually just go here and we can say, let's double check to see if the right and left are also reversed. Let's see. Right is also reversed. Okay, so what we can do is we can just reverse these and put this one behind here, and then make sure we get that negative, and then reverse this one as well. So if you're having any problems with this, this is one option. I think there's another option, which I wouldn't really recommend. It would be to just reverse the polarities of the direction itself by saying negative direction, but I wouldn't recommend that. Okay. All right, so it's kind of working, but the animations are still wrong. Sorry about that. We're not going to change the input. So we're going to keep it as it was. So walk left minus walk right, and walk up minus walk down. Instead of rotating the K-Kit animating character, we're going to keep that at 0. Same thing here. We're going to keep the rotation at 0. And instead, we're going to rotate the spring arm, either 180 or -80. They're pretty much the same. So make sure to rotate the spring arm if you're having the issue where the player is facing the wrong direction. And now we have the player moving in the correct direction. So now when I go forward and press W, it'll correct itself and do that. Awesome. So now let's continue on in the jump state, because I think that's the only thing we haven't done. So let's actually take this out and say pass instead of printing something every time. So to go to the jump state, because we don't even have a way to do that yet, we have to actually be able to go there. So in our animation tree here, we see there's 2 different ways to go to a jump state, from idle and walk. So let's do idle first. So in our idle state, we're going to essentially add an input check, right? And this is really easy. So let's actually add our input. So let's go here and add a new action called jump. And while we're at it, let's just add another one called attack with 2 T's and not 3. And jump, we'll say spacebar. And then attack, we'll say Z. All right, let's close this. And now we'll say if input is action just pressed, I think we can do just press, that's fine. And then jump, and right, player is on floor, then we'll jump. Now we go back to our main character, and we see here that this is pretty much the same thing we have here, because we have to make sure that we check if we're on the floor. So let's copy this and delete this. Let's delete the handle thing as well. So here, let's say player.change state to jump. Okay, because here we don't have to jump because we're going to handle the jumping in here, right? So now in our jump state, let me just open up my reference for the jump state. So let's add a ready function. So function ready, let's pass for now. And let's add a physics process function. And then in this physics process, we'll add a few things. In our ready function, first of all, let's add our player. So let's say variable player. So we have access to our player. And then in our physics process, we're going to add a new code or a new piece of code that's going to allow us to jump, but it's going to be a little different than what we had before, which is going to be move towards. So instead of just setting the velocity, we're going to add to it over our process function. So we're going to say move towards. So we're going to take our current player velocity and we're going to move it towards the jump velocity instead of just setting it equal to it. And then we're going to go to the speed of this negative divided by 50. You can set a certain number if you want, but I found this is pretty nice because you can, if you edit the jump velocity, it will kind of switch the speed it goes to as well. So let's say you don't like the jump velocity. Let's say jump velocity 4.5 is too little and you change it to 7. This will adjust itself and jump at the same speed or a similar speed. Okay, now we want to be able to switch back to idle because in our jump state, we've moved to jump state, but we have to be able to go back to jump state as well. So this is actually really easy. We can just say if player is on floor, then we say player dot change state idle. Now, why does this work? Well, because in our jump state, it's going to be constantly checking if our player is on the floor or not, right? Because the only time we're in the jump state is if we're jumping, right? And so once we've jumped, we want to just check if we're in the idle state or not. And that's it. So I think that should work. So let's take a look and see if it works. Let's try. And let's jump and nothing's happening. Okay, so silly me, I realized that the jump velocity 4.5 was too small and we now need a bigger one. So there we go. There's our jump. It was working fine. We just need to increase the number of the jump velocity. So I did 200. We could do maybe like 300. Let's see what we get. So it should be a little higher. Yeah, there we go. So now it's a much smoother jump. Okay, so in our jump state, there's one last thing we're going to do. Let's remove the print state. I like to add a animations function. So I'll say jump anim, and then here in this function, we'll say player. Oh, what is it? I don't want to mess this up. So yeah, we just say animation.travel to jump. And here we go. Okay, so let's see what we get. Let's play again. And if I jump, I'll play the animation jump. Why is that? Do we have the animation jump? We do. Travel to jump. Let's see, player. Oh, I actually want to call that function. That's probably why. That'll probably help us actually play. Okay, let's try that. There we go. Okay, there's our jump. Now, the reason I had the await, okay, hopefully you didn't see that. The reason I had that is because, as you see in the game, it's not very smooth, right? It doesn't really jump the moment I jump. Like the animation and the jump itself are not in sync. So what I did is I just await 0.1 seconds. So we say await get tree dot get timer 0.1 dot timeout. Now, if you don't know what await does, it's pretty much just going to tell our code, okay, we're going to wait this amount of seconds before continuing. Now, this amount of seconds can be anything. It doesn't have to be a timer. Sometimes it can wait for something else, like a signal, right? So for example, if our animation played in animation frame, so, oh no, AnimationTree doesn't have that, but let's say I said animation player changed, that could be a signal as well, right? But for here, we want a timer. So let's test this and see if 0.1 seconds is enough. It's not. So let me show you the way I did this and know where the timer would be. So first of all, we have to turn off AnimationTree. And we're going to zoom in and we're going to go to animation player and we're going to go to our jump. We're going to go through it slowly. And we're going to see where he actually starts jumping. It's about 0.4 to 0.5. So we're going to wait around 0.4 seconds. And let's see what we get. So let's actually make our tree active again. Let's see what we get. And there we go. Now he looks a lot smoother and actually jumps when the player is supposed to jump. And now all we have to do is we can say in our idle state, we'll copy this and we'll go to move state and we'll just add this right here into our physics process. And now when I play, I can move and jump while I am moving. There we go. And remember, in our animation tree, there's no way to go from jump to walk. Now, if you want to, you can do that, but I'm not really sure. I guess you could check for the velocity. So if you wanted to go from jump to walk, which it doesn't really matter because what's happening after the jump, it'll go back to idle. And if you're in movement or if you're moving in idle, it'll go to walk right away. But if you want to go from jump to walk directly, all you would have to do is go into your jump state. And instead of just checking for is on floor, you can also check, you can say, I'll just write pseudocode. So I'll say if player velocity not equal 0, then change to idle or et cetera, right? So that's a good way to check if you're moving or not. Okay, so but I'm not going to do that. So if you would like to do that, go for it. Okay, last thing before we change to the next part is let's make a way to go to the attack state. So let's go to our attack state. Let's copy these because we're going to need these. Go into our attack state and add this. So I'm going to say attack anim, and we'll travel to attack 1h under capitalized. There we go. And we'll copy this. Okay. And now let's add a physics process. So let's say physics process function. We'll pass for now. We're not going to add a way to move back, but in our idle state, what we can do is we're going to copy this and then say attack, and then we're going to check for the attack button. And now let's see if this works. So from idle to attack. And there we go. He moves to the attack state. Now we can't do anything again because, well, there's nothing going from the attack state back to idle. So let's add something real quick. In our attack state, I want you to think of a way to, how can we go from attack to idle? How can we check for that? Okay. So in our attack state, there are probably some ways to do it. We could do a wait. We could do whatever, but the way I did this was a little simpler. What I did was in our animation tree, instead, I just selected the animation finished, connected it to our player, and then in here, I just check if the animation that finished was attack. So I say if anim name is equal to attack, right? Then we'll change to idle. Now that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to manually connect the signal to the animation tree. I don't usually like doing that. So I'm pretty lazy and I like to do this instead, but that is also an option. So in our attack state, you could manually select or manually connect the node and check for this signal. A wait could work as well, but I'm not going to do that. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's play and see what we get. Let's attack. And nothing happened. I think the reason might have to actually be, okay, it's not looped. Let's debug this a little bit because I remember there were some issues I had with this. So let's print, it's not going to be attack, it's going to be attack 1h. Okay, 1h. Okay, hopefully that should work. Okay, we'll have to restart. Okay, and now I should be able to move again. So attack, and attack, and we can move. Okay, now one problem you might notice. So in our move state, let's go to our idle. Now let's say I want to attack while I'm moving. That's great. So let's copy it. And that should be it, right? However, there is a problem. So let's move, attack. And while I'm moving, so while I'm in the move state and I attack, I'm going to keep moving because my velocity is set. Right? And I'm not setting it again in my attack state. So this is actually a pretty easy fix. What I do is I just set the velocities to 0 on ready. So here I'll set them both to 0 and that's it. There's no reason to do anything else because once it's set to 0 in the attack state, it's going to go back to idle, and in idle state, it also has nothing. It says, or it moves also to 0. But if I'm ever moving again, then it'll reset it back to whatever I want it to be moved to. So now when I'm moving, I'll stop moving and attack. Okay, there we go. So that's our states. Welcome back. So let's get right into the tile map. So first off, let's close the player. We don't need that for now. And here, let's go back to our main world. We have our regular static body floor, and it's nice and all, but we want to make the scene a little prettier. So let's create a new scene. I'm going to create a 3D scene. I'm going to name it library. I'm going to add a static body. Static body. We're going to add a collision shape to it. And then obviously we're going to want to probably add a collision shape to it. So let's just add a regular square box. And let's go into our files and look for some assets. So we'll look through this together. So we have a lot of banners. Let's look for flooring. So we have barrier, which is cool. Corner. So we can actually just look up floor, hopefully. Okay, cool. So we have floor, we have dirt. There's a lot of cool stuff. Let's look for something. There isn't really anything outdoorsy, but that's okay. Let's look for wood large. No, we don't want wood large. Decorated. Nope. Let's actually get the tile. That one looks nice. So let's take a tile, not large. Let's say floor tile. And that should bring us up the tiles. So let's look for this one. There we go. Okay, so let's take the floor tile small and use this as our regular floor plane. So let's put that up here. And now what we can do is put the static body inside of this. Nope, actually, sorry, I lied. We're going to make this local. And we're going to take the mesh out. Then we're going to delete the new 3D, and then we're going to drag the static body into the mesh. Now let's turn on Smart Snap. Let's reset the position and just move it downwards like that. And now let's take this guy and move him right there. And now let's go back to our collision shape. We're going to turn off Smart Snap. We're going to move this down to hit the square, just so that it's the same size as the flooring. And then let's expand it to match the floor itself. And hopefully try to just match it as best as we can. If we go a little outside, it's okay, because we're going to be duplicating this anyways. Okay, let's save this in our main scene. Let's look to maybe add a few other things. What else will we have? We'll have small broken, maybe. You can kind of just go through it and add whatever you want. I'll add this one. So let's duplicate this and say floor tile decorated. I might add some few. Ooh, you know what we can do actually? I think we should just be able to. Where'd it go? Yeah, no, we can't do that. We'll take the decorated. We'll pop this in here, right here like that, and then pop the static body, delete this, and now we need to move the static body as well. So let's actually take our Smart Snap though and reset it. There we go. So now it's Smart Snapped. Okay. Now, we have to make sure that this is pixel perfect. So that's why we turn on Smart Snap, so that it snaps for us. If we look at the position, it's going to be at 301, which is pretty much perfect. And now what we can do is we're going to go to the top left scene. We're going to go export as mesh library. And this is basically going to create a mesh library from our scene. Okay, so let's export it. And we can say merge with existing, but there isn't one anyways, so this is okay. We'll say library. And now if we close this file, we should be able to see library.tres. Now if we double click it, it'll bring us these two things in items. Now in here, it has the built-in static body, so it has collisions, which is really nice. So let's double click the library again. And it also has the mesh library that we have, or the mesh that we added into it. Okay. All right, so now what we can do is let's make this invisible for now, and then add a tile map. Nope, not a tile map, a grid map, sorry. A 3D tile map, essentially. Now what we can do is just drag in our library into the mesh library, and there we go. So now we have our floor tiling, and now we can just drag and draw our floor. Now this is pretty tiring, so what we can actually do to make this easier is hold Shift, click and drag, and then Control F to fill. And then we can kind of just put the decorated floor tilings randomly, maybe. Have a little bit of decoration. Okay, and now let's play and see if it collides. Awesome, it collides and we don't go through the floor. So if you didn't add the static body, you would most likely go through the floor. Let me actually delete this to make sure that it's not just that and it's invisible. It's actually the floor. Okay, cool. And there we go. We have a little nicer flooring, and off video, I will probably add a few other things like walls and whatever. So I would suggest you go through the tile map or the grid map that we have and do that on your own. I'll probably make the scene just a bit prettier, and I'll probably show you what I added, but I'm not going to do it right now. So yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's get right into it. This is the scene that I've made. Basically, it has 3 layers, as you might want to call it. We have floor, walls, and miscs. So here I've just created a new library full of miscs, and this is the scene I've made. So if you want to download this, I'll probably leave the final product as a GitHub link, so you'll have access to this in the end. But for now, I want you to be creative and create your own scene. Okay, so let's actually add some life to the game. So we're going to be adding a torch. So let's create a torch light. And if you're using another asset pack or something else, we'll be using, you can use whatever you want, maybe a something fire related. So in my case, I'm going to be using a torch. I'm going to probably, I'm going to use the mounted one. So let's basically do this. Let's drag it in, make it local, and then we'll right click the torch and make scene root. And then we'll just delete the node 3D. Or you could have just dragged it into the scene instead of making it a 3D scene, but whatever, don't worry about it. So let's just adjust this so that it's kind of right there. Let's look at the transform, see where it's at. I think we can set that to 0 and that to 0. Or not, let's set it to negative something. Okay, and let's just move this up a little bit to be flat. It doesn't really matter because we'll adjust it in the main scene anyways, but I just try to keep it somewhat centered. Okay, so let's save this as torch, and let's create a new folder called objects. And then in this folder, we'll just save the torch. And in here, we're now going to learn about particles. Let me just rename this to torch. And so now we're going to learn about particles. This is going to be kind of fun because there's quite a bit to this. So let's add a particle thing. So we're going to search up particles, and we are going to use the GPU particles. So as you can see, there's quite a few, but we're going to be using the GPU ones. So I think the main difference between these two is that this uses CPU and this uses GPU. So let's add this. Now for the, what did I click? Oh, okay. That's just the mesh. Okay, so for this, we're going to need a few things. So we're going to need some surface area things. Now for that, I'm going to add it probably to a Google Doc folder, or either get you to download the beginner GitHub links. So definitely check that out, and you're going to need to download those. So I'll be right back and download them myself. All right, so let's get right into it. Now that we have the two things that we need, we have fire.tress and the smoke frames. Whoops, I don't want to add that in. We're going to get started right away. So for the amount, we'll leave it as 8 for now and then play with that later. The next thing we're going to do is for the time, we're going to change this to 0.5. For the randomness, we're going to change that to 1. Now, if you're wondering what I'm doing, basically, these are just a bunch of settings to help me draw fire. Now, the hard part is teaching this because a lot of this was just kind of guess and check when I came to do this myself. So if you're looking to change this or make your own, it's going to be really hard because you just need to kind of guess and check as well, unless you're really smart. And I don't know how to do that without guessing and checking. So, okay. So let's, in the process material, we make a new particle process material. And let me just bring up my reference, and we have quite a few things to change. So the first one is we're going to emission shape, and we're going to create it into sphere surface. We're going to go to the direction right here. We're going to change that to 25. And we're going to change this to 1 and this to 0. So this is going to make it go upwards. And the gravity, we're going to change that to 0 because we don't want it to go back down. We just want it to throw it up essentially and then have it keep going up. So for the initial velocity and for the angular velocity, we're going to set the velocity max to 7 and the velocity max here to 70. And then for the angle, let's close these. For the angle, we're going to change that to 360. 360. And for the scale, I think the scale is something I did for the actual scale, but let's not worry too much about that. Okay, scale, I added a curve. So texture curve. And in this curve, we're going to click this, and we're going to just add a point by dragging this down and then clicking. I think we can, what do I add? Here we go, add point, and we're just going to drag this up, and we want it to go straight up about here and then back down to about 0.5. So it should be somewhat like that. Don't worry if the numbers aren't exact. That's the general idea. Okay. So that's the curve. Let's close the scale. Now for the color is where we're going to use the fire tress, I believe. So here we should be able to just drag it in. I think if we do that, nope, gradient. Here we go. We drag that in there, and then in the gradient, we should be able to drag that in here as well. There we go. Okay, so that's the default fire color. So yeah, let me redo that so you can hopefully get that. So for color ramp and initial ramp, we're going to create a new gradient, click it, and then we see a gradient, and we're just going to drag our fire color into it. You could alternatively, I think, there's some things you could copy. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a lot easier to just do this. So let's do that for both of them. So fire, here we go. And now I think we're almost done. Now we go to animation, and we're going to switch the max speed and offset max, I believe, to 1 for both of them. And that's it for the process material. Now for the draw pass, we're going to, I believe, let me just double check so I don't say something wrong. We have the quad mesh. In our material, we're going to create a new standard material 3D. We're going to open it, and we're going to go down to albedo. There's a few things we're going to change, but albedo is the first one, and we just drag in the smoke for the texture. And then we're going to go to vertex color and use as albedo, or albedo, however you want to say it. We're going to go to shading, and we're going to say unshaded. And we're going to go to transparency and say depth prepass, and then add. And then we're going to go to billboard and say mode particle billboard. Now we have some particles coming up. Minimize everything. And now we have our particles. So this doesn't look like fire, but what we can do now is we can go to the amount and increase it by a lot. And now we'll have this. So 20,000 is actually a lot. What I used was about 7,000. I used this. Now we see that it's really big. So what we can do is we can actually scale it down. All right, so after playing with it a bunch, the best solution that I found, unfortunately, is to just scale it down to 0.1. So it'll look a lot different from this, but that's okay. I'm also going to be using local coordinate. So if it's not, I don't think it matters actually. I think local coordinate is something else, so don't worry too much about that. And the drawing pass, let me go over it one more time. The size of the actual thing, I'm going to actually change that to, let's try 0.3. Okay, that actually works a little better. Nice. Okay, so we'll do 0.3 and then 0.1 for the scale of the actual thing. And I think that's it. Everything else should stay the same. So for the pass 1, make sure we change that to 0.3. We can maybe even try 0.2. Okay, that's actually a lot better. So let's try 0.2. You could even try 0.1. I tried that, but it didn't seem to work. Okay, well, it seems to work now. So I guess we'll do 0.1. And now when I play and I put it in my scene, we get this cool little fire effect, which is awesome. Now, let's stop the play and make sure you add the torch to your world. We can add it here. We can say objects, and then we'll add the torch here. And then what I can do is not do that. I can move the actual torch instead. So let's move the torch here and let's put it on the wall. So let's bring it up a little bit, a little small. So let's scale it. And which side is the wall mount? I think it's 90 degrees. So or 180. So let's 180 it. Then put it on the wall right there. Let's put it up a little bit. Okay, there we go. So now we put it up there. Actually, let's put it down a little bit. Let's put it right under that. Okay. We'll put it, yeah, that looks good. Okay, so let's put it there. And now we're going to work on environment, or next coming up, we're going to work on the environment stuff. So let's get right into that. As you already know, we have already created a kind of environment, mainly for the sky. So first off, let's save this as its own environment scene. And so the way you can do that is by going to this arrow and saying save, and mine is already saved, but a thing should pop up and allow you to save it. And I have mine right here. So let's actually create a new folder for it and say environments. And let's put all our environments in there. And where is it? Here we go. So let's put our environment in there. Let it go in. Okay, there we go. And now what we can do is reset this. And so now we have a really dark, gloomy scene, which is kind of doo-doo, but that's okay. Now what we're going to do is add a new environment. And in here, for the background, we'll add a custom color. It'll be black. And now this scene looks like this, but when I play, what we get is pretty much a really dark scene. Now, the reason there is light is because in my character, I've added an OmniLight. So add a node called OmniLight. In fact, actually, let's just delete this. No, highlight. Let's keep it. Let's keep the character's OmniLight and let's play, and we should get this. So it's a really dark, gloomy scene. And if you're wondering how to kind of get the scene a little better, what we can do is just make this a little bigger. We can reduce that a little bit. And here the light is on top of the head. If you want, you can just move it around wherever you want. This doesn't really help very much. What I did was I just put it on top of his head like that. And if I play again, sometimes it gets a little buggy. Now it looks like this. Now it's not shining too much, but you can still see the scene. And there's our little light. So there's our little torch. However, the torch isn't giving much. So why don't we add a light to it? So if we actually search up light, we have a few different things. We have directional light, OmniLight, and spotlight. Now this is pretty good for what we want. So let's try this. Let's increase this, or let's take that, rotate it. Why don't we, actually, we'll use OmniLight for this. Let's do OmniLight. For the OmniLight, let's leave it like that. Let's play. And that's pretty much all we should have to do. And now we have a little light. Let's actually move it so that it's centered around the light, the torch in the middle. There we go. And now when we play, it's disappeared. So let's replay it. And if I move away, there's my torch. And it has light and everything. So that's really cool. And so you can duplicate them and add a bunch. So let's actually do that real quick. So what I can do is I can let's turn on Smart Snap and Control D. And then I'll just move a few down. And let's move this one over here and then add another one right here. And then let's take the second torch and move that down a little bit. And the first torch and move it down even more. Okay, so let's play. And now we'll have a bunch of torches in a row. Awesome. So we have a cool little torch effect. Okay, so for the environment, what we can do is we can save this as the dungeon theme. So let's save this in our environments. And I believe that's kind of it. One thing that I like that you can try is adding volumetric fog. We can add that, play, and this is what we get. So it's a pretty cool environment fog effect. And it's really up to you if you want to increase the density and play around with it. You can do whatever you would like, but this is something I found really cool. So that's it. So I just added a fog and I changed the light color to this. It's just a little darker than what it usually is. So now the final result looks like this. So I just wanted to let you guys know in case that's something you wanted to do for yourself. Instead of volumetric fog, I decided to use fog. So that's it for the environment. Let's close this. And for the player, let's now add in our weapon. So when we attack, he is actually attacking using a weapon, but he doesn't hold anything, so it doesn't really look like he is. So what we'll do is to his right hand slot, we're going to add an area 2D or 3D, sorry. And then in here, we're going to add two things, a collision shape. And for the collision shape, it'll look like that. We'll just make it like that and move it up a little bit. And then let's add in the sword. So let's actually just search up sword. And we have two different types. We have a bunch of stuff. We have a shield, I guess. Sword shield. That's not really what we want. Let's add in, do we want this one or do we want this one? What's the difference actually? I don't even, they're pretty much the same. One is just a bit more broken. Okay. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's use this one. So for this, we have to drag this into the area 2D. We'll make it local. And we're going to drag out the mesh because that's all we need. So let's delete that. And what we'll do is we'll just reset the transform for everything. And now we have this, but it's reversed. So let's just flip it. We'll flip it 180, which is awesome. So actually, let's do this manually. So 180, the Z 180. And then the rotation, we'll move this up a little bit. And the rotation for the X, I actually want to change it to 90. Nope, the Y. Yeah, there we go. So now it looks like it's upwards. Okay, and now it looks like it's holding it, which is awesome. So I believe let's do two things. So first, I want to add something to the attack state. This will allow us to control the speed that the animation player goes at. So in our attack state, let's go to our scripts, go to the attack state, and in the physics process, we're going to add this piece of code. Player.getNode.getAnimationTree, because remember, animation is actually the playback, not the animation tree. So we have to get the animation tree. We're going to say advance delta times 1. Now this should actually make it really fast. So let's see. Okay, that's actually the default, I think. So let's increase that number, play again, and see what we get. Okay, so that's really fast. So now let's decrease it by 0.1 or 2.1, and now we should get a super slow attack. Okay, that's our really slow attack. Very cool. That's a really slow, nice attack. But there it is. So that's our really slow attack. Now, in order to see if the area 3D is actually following it, what we can do is we can actually go here and go to visible collision shape, and we can play. And let's see if the collision follows it. Okay, it does. Awesome. So now we see the collision follows the sword, which is really cool because that's actually really accurate, right? And so now we can actually see all the collisions around us. And let's turn that off because it kind of looks ugly. And okay, so there's one thing I want to add in case if you haven't used the K kit and you're using some other thing, I'm going to add a piece of line that's going to help you figure out some things in terms of transformation. This is what I use. So self.transform. This is specifically for the here. Actually, let me just pull up my reference here. So this is specifically for this guy, this model. So here we have the area 2D, this sword, and I had to adjust it so that it fits the sword in game. And obviously it doesn't look like it does, but in game it does. And for the area 3D, I had to basically set its transform to constantly follow the sword. So in order to find the sword, what we had to do was print there were things that we had to do here. So we have to print the get parent, find bone. So we have to go to the skeleton and find this bone and print it. And that will print us the number 58, because here, each one of these has its own ID, unique ID. So it has a number, right? So each of these bones has a unique number. And then, so ignore this one. We don't actually need that one. And then here, I would just say, get the global position of where it is, right? Of that bone, which I think was the right hand. Yeah, right arm. I don't really remember. I think it was right hand or right arm, one of those two. And, oh no, sword joint. That's the one. And then I just set the transform of the area 3D to that. So if you're having troubles getting the area 3D to follow because you're using some other sort of thing, this will help you a lot. And in the future, if you ever use something else, this will help you a lot. Okay. Ignore that then. Okay, so if you're using the K-Kit, we don't need this. So let's actually remove this. And we'll leave the script because we'll use it later. So let's actually delete all these and save. And that's it. Okay, so let's get into creating an AI. The first thing we have to do is create a new node. We're going to create a kinematic. No, not kinematic. I keep forgetting that they changed it. We're going to create a character body 3D. And here we're going to go to collision. Shape, where is it? Collision shape, if I can spell it right. There we go. And we're just going to add a sphere. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to be using the, you know what? Let's actually do this. Let's, well, first of all, let's save this into here and we'll do monsters. We'll save it in here. We'll save it as Skelly. And this guy will be the default skeleton. So to do that, what we can do is let's actually do this. So we can go to player. We can drag this in. Let's make it local and drag in the K-Kit. And then minimize this and delete the rest. We don't need this. And this doesn't affect the player because we made it local. Okay. So now we have our character with the animations, with everything we need. And we even have the, okay. What's perfect actually is, let's actually increase this or bring that up a little bit. And what's perfect about this is that the sword is there too. So that's actually really nice. Let's minimize all this. And we're going to be using the sword in a minute. So let's not worry too much about that. Okay, let's minimize that. And let's rename this to Skelly. And we now need to add a few things. So in order for this to work, we have to add, let me just get my reference. We need to add a few areas where it will detect the player. So the first area, because this is a melee, we need one area that it will detect the player to walk towards. Unless, of course, you don't want it, unless you want it to always be walking towards the player, we want it to be conditional walk. So we want it to have states, essentially, right? So this will have states in theory, but we won't use the script states. So what we'll do is we'll have an idle state, we'll have a move state, and an attack state. So those three states. Now, those states that we do will not be script-wise, and it will not be animation tree-wise. We'll simplify this as simple as possible. It's not going to be very complex, but it's going to be a nice AI that just chases the player, that goes from idle, it chases the player, walks towards him, and then attacks him. And if he leaves the attack area, it'll start chasing again. And if the player moves the chase state or chase area, it'll start to go into idle state again. So we need to add two areas, area 3Ds. And we need to duplicate this, and we'll rename this one to attack player. And then this one will be chase player. So let's add collisions to these. Let's duplicate this, and I can just pop that in. And let's create them as a sphere. So this one will be the attack. So we'll actually keep it around that big. We'll move it up a little bit. We'll take this one, same thing, sphere, and then we'll make this one a lot bigger because this one is going to be the area where it chases the player. Okay, so let's take these two and lock them. And let's just make them invisible because we don't need to see them right now. Okay, next up, we have to add a script to this. So let's have a built-in script, and let's do a template. We'll do node default, we'll create and delete all these. And then let's go to attack player and just connect everything. So we're going to do the area entered body entered, sorry. And then chase player, we're going to do body entered. And then attack player, we'll do body exited. And then chase player, we're going to do body exited. Okay, so we have chase exit and body chase player enter, and then vice versa for the attack. Okay, so there's a few variables we're going to need in order to keep track of what's happening. So first of all, we're going to add the speed and jump velocity. Okay, we don't need jump velocity. We just need speed. So let's have its speed. This will be the speed that the thing goes at. And then these two variables will help us keep track of things. So C player will happen if we can chase it. Okay, so what we can do is say C player equals true, right? Now, if he exits, we can say C player equals false, right? So this will help us keep track of what's happening. And then we can also do that for the attack, right? So we can say here, we'll say it's true if we enter that area. And then if it exits that area, we'll say, yeah, false. Now, in order to keep this super accurate, what we'll do is for the exit, we'll also add, attack is equal to true here, and then attack is equal to false here. But here we'll also say if it exits, well, most likely that means we're going to see player is equal to true. And if it enters, we'll say C player is equal to false. Okay, so make sure you understand what's going on here. Essentially what we're doing is if we enter the area where we can attack, I want to say, okay, we're going to attack the player, but we're not going to chase him. So this is actually chase player. I should probably change it. Let me do that right now, actually. Say Control R, say chase player, and replace them all. There we go. So if you do Control R, we can just replace everything easily. So we have chase player and attack player. So if we are in the area of attack, we don't have to chase him. We only have to attack. Okay. If we enter the chase state, it doesn't matter if we're in the attack state or not, because at that point we're just going to chase either way. And then if we exit the attack state or attack area, we want to start chasing the player again and not attack him. Okay. Awesome. Now, this is kind of important because now the problem is body entered can include the floor. Now, we don't want it to chase the player if we're looking at the floor, right? We only want it to check if that body is the player. So what we can do is say if body dot name, or what we can say actually is player has in body dot name. This one's actually a little less bug prone, especially in the future with things that we might want to add. Now, however, we have to make sure that it's case sensitive. So we'll capitalize this. And now we can do this for each of these. So let's copy it over to everything and just make sure we indent and everything properly. And that's it. So now we're checking for the player in the body.name. Okay. All right. Next up, we need to add a few things into our physics process. So first of all, let's add a few different things. So let's auto load the mesh, we'll just say mesh. And for the node, we'll say get this guy. And it'll be K, and make sure that we say get node properly. Oh my gosh. Well, there we go. Okay, so we get the character, we autoload the mesh. We're going to add gravity, and we're going to hold a direction globally. There's a reason for that later on. And then lastly, that's different. And we'll also add health. Why not? We'll add that right now. So we'll give the monster health right now. Okay, so let's add our physics process function. So we'll say physics process. And in here, what we want to do is we want to first get access to our player. So we'll say variable player is equal to get node and then get it. Now, how do we get it? That's a great question. So it depends on where our player is and where our monster is. So generally, in order to keep this like bug prone, what I do is I'll add a 3D, let's add a node, a 3D node, and let's duplicate this. And what we'll do is we'll say player. Let's add this here so we can actually name it player. And then we'll name this, let's actually rename this to characters. And then this to monsters. Okay, so here, what we want to do is we want to take our monster and add it into this folder. So we'll just pop it in and we'll put it there. So there's our monster. Let's see if it's on the floor properly. Should be. Let's just drag him up a little bit. Okay, so there's our skeleton. Now from here, we want to be able to get the player. So how can we do that? Well, here we can just drag it, which is nice, but let's understand this. So this ... means get parent. So we're going to go up one parent, we're going to go up another parent to world, and then we're going to go down to characters and then down to player, right? So we get parent twice, go to characters and then player. Okay, let's just remove that and then add that. So now we have access to our player. Now we want to see if player is valid. So if player is valid, what we'll do is we're just going to get the direction of the player. We're going to see where the direction is, right? So we want to find out where it is by just saying player.position minus our own position and normalize it, and that'll give us the direction of the player. Now, what we can say now is say if chase player, I changed it. If chase player is true, what we can do is we can move towards it by doing this. By saying velocity.x and .z is equal direction, etc., etc. So this is pretty much the exact same thing for moving the player, right? And that's pretty much it. Now, in order to make sure that this actually kind of works, we can say if direction, then we can move. If direction is not valid, then we'll actually move. If it isn't, like if we can't find the player, or for some reason the player doesn't have position proper or whatever, then we won't move towards it. But if it is, then we will move towards it. Okay. Now, we also want to check if we're attacking. So we'll say here, if chase player, elif attack player. So we'll say attack player. If attack player is true, then we want to attack. So to attack, what we'll do is we'll just set our velocity to 0 because we don't want to be moving as we're attacking. So we'll set our velocity to 0. And then what we can do is let's actually load one more thing that I didn't actually do in my reference. We'll say on ready variable anim equals get node, and we'll load our animation player. So let's go here and load the animation player. And then here we can say if attack player is true, we'll say play the attack. I think it's 1H. Let me double check we have to double check the way it's spelled. Okay, perfect. And else, I believe it's idle. So let's say anim.play idle, right? So let's make sure it's spelled correctly. Okay, it's just case capital. Now let's also add this to here and say run. Now, what's happening here? So first of all, we're checking to see if chase player is true. If it is, we're going to check for the direction, and then we're going to run towards it, right? So that's what this is. Now, if attack player is true, right, we're going to attack and set the velocity to 0. Now, we also want to set the velocity to 0 if we're idle, okay? Now, this is not the best attack state format because... and there is actually a better way. Match might actually work a little better, but I'm just going to do it like this for now. Okay, but basically, we have 3 different states. We have run, attack, and idle. And it's not the best way because this only works because we have so few. If we have more states and more attack patterns and stuff like that, we don't want to do this because this will overwhelm us very quickly. But for now, this works fine. For the direction, one other thing we can do is move the mesh towards our player by adding this. And this is the exact same thing that we use for rotating the player. However, let me just make sure we switch the player mesh with mesh. So replace all. So this is remember when we used the rotation for the player? This is pretty much the same thing, but we're going to rotate it towards the player. Okay, so direction.x. Okay, so now let's actually also do this for the attack. So let's go here, oops, and say that. And here I actually also check for if direction in the attack for the mesh rotation, because sometimes it would error, mainly when the player dies, but that's okay. So we'll leave if direction mesh.rotation. Okay, and that should be it. That should actually work. Oh, we'll probably want to add gravity. That'll probably be a good idea. So we actually fall to the ground. So let's add gravity. If not is floor, velocity dot gravity. And then we also actually want to reset the direction every time we go through the physics process. And I believe that is it. No, that's not it, because we want to move and slide. Haha, knew I was forgetting something. Okay, so move and slide will actually help us move. Okay, so let's play and see what we get. So there's our little monster over there. Let's see what happens if I get in range. Ah, he's attacking. And he's moving towards our direction. And if I get in range, it'll start attacking us. Okay, so it works nicely. So let's add a few things. First of all, we want to add health. So we want to make sure that the health actually works. So what we can do here is we can check for if the health is less than or equal to 0. So we can say if health is less than or equal to 0, then we will get, no, we don't have to get node. We already loaded it. We'll say animation.play. Yeah, I don't know if that's what it is. I haven't seen it yet. So let's go over here and look. Defeat. Okay, there it is. Defeat. So that's the defeat animation. Let's actually see what it looks like. Let's go to defeat and let's play it. Ah, there he goes. Okay. Now we play the defeat. Now we want to connect the animation finished and add it here. So here, what we'll do is we're going to play the death animation. And then what we can say is we'll check to see if we played the death animation, or not death, but defeat in this case. And if we did, then we'll just queue free after. So that way we don't have to queue free the moment he dies. We'll play the animation and then we'll die. Okay. This, first of all, he's not going to die because we haven't added a way for him to die. So in our area 3D for our player, let's go to the area 3D that we added for the sword. Now we have to connect a body entered here. Ooh, that's not where I wanted to add it. Okay, hold on. Let's delete this. Go back to our node. Let's disconnect this and connect it on self. That's where we want to do it. We'll say if monster in body dot name, then we'll say body dot health minus equals 5. And now what we'll want to do is probably just add the word monster to this guy. So we'll say monster skelly, and then we'll also do it here because it doesn't save automatically. And then we can play and we should be able to kill him. So let's go do that. Let's go kill him. Ooh, why is my guy not playing animations? Interesting. I think I might have. Yeah, there it is. It's not active. Okay. Whoa. What is happening? Oh, I was messing around with the roll animation. Let's delete that. Okay. Let's kill him. And it's not working. Why is that? Okay, let's go to our skeleton and print the health. Let's see what's happening. Let's debug this together a little bit. We might have to just reload because we changed some things and it was kind of messing with the game. So let's try one more time and hopefully this works. So let's go to him, attack. Oh, yeah, he should be dead. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So the reason why it's not playing, I kind of knew this would happen, is because it's playing and then it's going into this. And it's playing, trying to play whatever is here, right? So it's trying to play this, but it's also trying to play this because the health is low. So what we have to do is we have to add an await function and say await.animation finished, and that's it. So this will allow us to stop the code, no, not stop, but await until this animation is finished. But fortunately enough for us, it won't really matter once it is done, because once it is done, we're going to queue free anyways. So let's play and see what we get. Okay, let's go to him and kill him. Come here, skeleton. Die. Ah, there you go. And he died. And that's it. So let's take out that print function that we added so we don't spam our debugger. Okay. Now I think that is it for the attack or the AI. We're going to add some more stuff later. So to prep that, what we'll do is we'll actually add the death function. And then for the death function, we're just going to pass for now. We're going to add some inventories and weapon drops later. So we're going to add that in and we'll do that here. So definitely add that in, and we'll get to it later once we do. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's get started into our inventory system. So the first thing we're going to need to do is create a global script to actually be able to hold our inventory. So let's create a new folder and call it global. And in here, we're going to have two things. We're going to make, well, two scripts. So let's create a new script and call this game. And then let's open that, duplicate it, and call it inv. That'll be our inventory. And wait for it to scan. Okay, cool. And now let's go to project settings on the top left. Open this up, go to auto load, and let's load up our two scripts. So let's add in game first, and then add in inventory. There we go. Let's close it, and that's it. Well, so that's it. That's how you auto load a script. Okay, so now let's open these and start adding things to it. Okay, so in our game, what we'll have is, I'm going to put these three things. These aren't really related to the inventory, but we're going to need them later on anyways. So let's add them in there. Let's close everything, all these scripts on the left, so that we have a bit more organized thing. And now let me just open up my reference. Okay, let's open up the inventory, and we're going to have a variable called items, and we're going to have it as a dictionary. Now, okay, what is a dictionary? So a dictionary is very similar to an array. It's basically, think of a large train. Each train has carts in them, and each cart has people in them or things. So this is essentially a train. So we have in a dictionary, we have something called keys, and then we have the value of that key. So essentially what it will look like is we'll have the name of a key. So let's say, it doesn't have to be a string. So we're going to have, yeah, okay, I'll give you an example. So let's say name, and then the name of that object, we'll have it as a string. So this will be, we should probably look, let's say staff. Okay, so this is a key and this is the value. So the value is a string called staff, and the key is a string called name. Now, the way we're going to do this, the way we're going to organize this inventory, well, first of all, these are the items that we have and that exist in the actual game. So these aren't the items that we hold, but the items that just exist, period. Okay, so the way we're going to organize this is we're going to organize it using numbers. So each number will signify a single item. So first we'll start with a 0. So 0 will be the first item that we have, and that's a key. So the key 0 signifies one dictionary, another dictionary inside. So we have the outside dictionary, and then we have another dictionary inside that dictionary. Okay, and now we can start storing information inside that. So this is an item. So this is one singular item inside of a bunch of different items. So the way we can show that is by having a comma, and then we can just space and do 1. So we have one item here and another item here. Now, if we go to the KKit skeletons, let's look at the assets. There should be, is that an arrow? Yeah, that's an arrow. Okay, we'll use an arrow. Why not? We'll say name arrow. And then, yeah, that's it for that. Now I'm going to add a few other things. So I'm going to add description. I'm going to say desk, and this will be an empty string. And then, so make sure that we have commas on each line, first of all. And then the next line will have cost of the item. So these are just some default things that I usually use in my games for information on items. So you just want as much, well, not as much, but you want all the information about your item in here. So let's put type. And lastly, we have icon. This one is pretty important. And we will reload an image, but we don't have one right now. So what we'll do is I'll just drag this in. Okay, now let's fill this in a little bit. So staff, we say the type is a weapon. The cost, we can say 100. Description, this is a staff And then let's copy all this, put it in here, and then let's change it up. So we'll say this is a green arrow. This is a green arrow. The cost, we'll do 10. We can say MISC for the type. And then for the icon, we'll leave it as that for now. I will look for some, I think I already linked it in the beginning, but if you've already downloaded, but I haven't downloaded it yet. So I will do that in the next part. So let's finish setting up the inventory. This one is a little easier, because all we have to do is create an empty dictionary. So what that looks like is just inventory. And that's it. That is our empty inventory. And so what we'll end up doing later on is if we want to add an item to our inventory, all we have to do is refer to it and say, okay, let's take an item from our items and add it into our inventory. So in fact, what we can do is create a function for this. So let's do that. Let's create a function that says that is add item. And then we'll say variable has item equals false. Hold on. I forgot count. Okay. Count. No, that's in the inventory. Okay. Count, we don't need it here actually because, okay, so in our inventory, the inventory structure will look like this. Sorry about that. So it'll be all this, but with the, with the count. So in here, we'll also have a counter to see how many of this item we have. So that's how our game is going to work. So don't worry about this. I'm going to delete this, but just keep in mind that we will have the key count in our inventories. So here, when we add a item, we want to see if we have that item already. So the way we can do that is by having a variable called has item. And then what we'll do is we'll for loop through our inventory. So we'll say for I in inventory. So it'll just for loop through the inventory with each key. And then if I check the, let me add a few spaces here. If I say if inventory I at name is equal to the item name, then that means we already have it. Now, where is the item name coming from? Well, we have to actually pass that through the add item. So now we can add items using a specific name of something. So I can add green arrow, for example, right? And then what we can do is check if we already have a green arrow in our inventory. Now, if we do, this is actually pretty easy. What we can do is just say inventory at I at count plus equals 1. And that's it, because it should already be loaded and count would be like, let's say 1. We'll just add 1 to it instead of adding another one into it. And then we'll say has item is true. Now, the reason we do that is because now outside of that for loop, we will check to see if has item is false. That means we don't have the item in our inventory. Now, if we don't, what we want to do is first we want to get access to the item that we're adding. So we have to get it inside our items dictionary. So first we'll for loop through the items and we'll find the item that we are looking for. And that's easy. It's the same thing as this, but in items. So we'll say if items at I at the name is equal to the item name, then we found our item that we need. Okay. So all we have to do is copy that over. So we're going to create, unfortunately, Godot is a little hard, or not Godot, dictionaries in general they are a bit tricky to add to. So in order to add to a dictionary, we can't just say plus equals. We have to copy it over and then add to it. So in order to add to it, we have to basically set it equal to it. So what this looks like is, first of all, we're going to say temp items equals items. So in the items, let's say I want to add staff, right? Let's say I want to add staff to our inventory and we don't have it. So we're here, right? So we add it here, but to do that, we need to add the count to it. So to add to the temporary dictionary, we're going to say temp dic count plus equals 1. And this adds to our dictionary. So this is as if I'm the coder, I'm the computer, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, okay, count plus 1 or is 1. Okay, so that's how we add to a dictionary. So it's not very intuitive, right? So we set it equal to 1. Okay, so now what we do is we say inventory at inventory size equals to temp dictionary. So this essentially allows us to add it at the end of our dictionary. So if our inventory has things in it already, let's say it has one object, it'll add it, or at key 0, it'll add it at key 1. Okay, and that's it. So that's how we add to our item. So now what we can do is let's create a ready function to test this out a little bit. So we can say ready. Ooh, what did I do here? Let's Control Z. Items. Okay. Let's spacebar here. Function ready, and we'll say add item staff, and then we'll print the inventory, and then we'll also print it before we added it, just to see what we have. Okay, so let's print it and see what we get. Or play and see what we get. Okay, so here we go. So here we've printed the inventory before, so we have nothing in there. And then after we added the staff, we've added in our item. And see here we can see 0, name, staff, description, cost, type, icon, and the count. And that's awesome. So let's try adding this twice. Let's see what happens. It should do the same thing, but it'll have count 2. There we go. It works. It works awesome. Perfectly fine. Okay, so now that that's tested and done, I will... Lastly, actually, let's... no, actually, did I add it here? Yeah, no, I did. Okay, so that's it for the inventory. I'm going to find some icons, import them, and if I didn't already link it, I will make sure to link them, okay? Okay. Next up, we're going to get into the UI of our inventory. So the UI is going to be in the 2D scene. So it's going to be on top of our 3D, but it's going to be 2D. So the way we do this is let's create a canvas layer. So this will essentially be on top of our screen, and it'll just be a simple 2D canvas layer scene that we can add to our game. So I also added an inventory folder with the icons that I've imported. So I'll show you the icons. I actually need to fix them because these are going to be the icons we use. So we'll probably use something like the staff and whatever. But one of the problems is that it is in a big thing like this, and I need to disconnect them. So I'll probably do that. If you want to download everything the way I do it, I'll leave everything. I'll hopefully leave everything you need in a Google Docs folder at the end of the course, and there'll be a GitHub link that you can probably download from. So either you can do it yourself and put all of these in its own file, or just download it from what I do. So here, let's rename this to UI. Let's save it, and we probably want to rename it actually to UI. I just reflexively saved it. And now we're going to create the UI for this. So the UI for a inventory, generally speaking, it kind of depends on what you have and what you want, but we'll make it like very simple. So I'm going to have a panel, and this is going to be our background. So let's actually turn on the grid. So the grid is this guy, and this is Smart Snap. So we're just going to turn on the grid so we can see a little better. So let's just do this and create a UI for it. So I'm just going to create it so that it's in the boxes here, and that's it. That's going to be our background for our inventory. So let's actually take this, and what we'll do is we're going to lock this, and we'll name it BG, and then we're actually going to add a node 2D. Doesn't really matter. Actually, we can just do a controller. It doesn't really matter. And then this is going to contain our inventory. So let's rename this to inventory. And then let's also add an animation player. That's an animation tree. Don't want to do that. I want to add an animation player. There we go. And then we're going to have in here in our inventory, we're going to have a grid container. That's going to hold our slots for our inventory. And then we're going to have a button for our close button. You know what? Yeah, sure. We'll implement it. I'll show you how to implement that. So let's rename this to close. Let's rename this to Inv container. And then we're also going to have a label, which is going to be our title. And then let's go to the, where is it? Theme overrides on the bottom. We're going to go to font size and just increase it. And let's actually write something. So inventory, as we can see, that's really big. So let's make it a lot smaller and just move that in the middle. And maybe let's do 80. That sounds good. Okay. Nah, that's a little big. Let's do 70. Okay, there we go. So let's actually drag this out over here like this. And then what we can do, watch this magic that Godot will do for us. We'll say horizontal and center. We'll center everything, and we'll also turn on auto wrap. The reason why I like to turn on auto wrap for everything is usually this, I feel like this would rarely happen, and it's more common in Android. But the reason why this is good is because, okay, if I have a bunch of words, it'll automatically put it to the next line instead of going that way to the right. So if your screen resizes on a phone, let's say you have a computer screen and then your phone resizes it, instead of the words going off the screen, it'll smart snap it and put it where it thinks it should go, kind of, right? So it'll go to the next line. So yeah, so auto wrap is really useful. Okay, next up, we're going to go to our UI. Let's add a script and a default script. Awesome. And then in here, we're going to add a signal from here, pressed. Here we go. We now have the press signal. We'll delete that. And lastly, we're going to actually have our animation player work. So let's add two different animations. So we'll have trans in, I'll say trans in like this, and then trans out. And then from there, let me just double check my reference. We're going to rename the animation player anim. And now for what we'll do is in the transition out, what we can do is say from here, we're going to take our inventory. We're going to go to our layout, transform, position, and we're going to key that. And then we're going to key that first position. And now what we want it to do is slowly transition into a position where it is, let's say 3000 pixels away. Okay, that's kind of far. Let's say 1000. That's fine. Actually, we'll do 650. We want a nice number. Okay, so now it'll look like this. So you can get it to transition out however you want, but I'm just going to get it to go down. Now transition in, what we'll do is we'll go from the top to the bottom. So we'll say negative 650. And then we will go to 1 second. We'll reset this and key that. Okay, so now it'll look like this. And then our transition out will look like this. So it goes in order. Okay, so in our UI, what we'll do, we're going to do two things. We're going to, firstly, we're going to say, let's actually load our animation tree. So that's, or animation. So we'll say anim equals get node anim. There we go. And now what we can do in here on press closed, we can say, what is that? I have to say variable. That would probably be a good idea, right? In here, we'll say anim.play trans out. Now, what's cool about this is we can actually add another function called input. Yeah. And then say, okay, so we're going to have to actually add this. We are going to say if event is action press inventory, then we will play the animation trans in, but we have to add this. So we have to actually add this key because it doesn't exist. So let's go to project settings and add it to our input map. Let's add it and let's create it as E. You could do I as well if you want, but I'm going to do E for now. Okay, so let's test that and see what we get. So there's only one way to transition in and out right now. So let's see if those two work. Ooh, it'll actually end up in front of us. Actually, it won't end up anywhere because I haven't even added it to the scene. So let's actually go back to our world. First of all, let's go to our player. Let's add it in here. Hopefully that should work. It didn't add. I'm gonna have to... Okay, there we go. Okay, what I'm gonna do actually is in our animation, let's go to reset and have this like that. And let's have it at -950. So that'll be our default reset, and it'll always reset on screenplay. So every time I launch the game, it'll reset to this. Okay, so we launch the game. Wait for it to load, and I press E, and our inventory pops up. And that's it. Now, there's a few problems, obviously. I can't click the button because my mouse is stuck. So we have to first... Here, when I click the inventory, I have to make sure that my mouse mode is visible. So let's do that. Now, another thing we want to do is we should probably want to pause the tree. So let's actually do that as well. Let's go here and say get tree.pause is true. Now we should be able to transition this in, have our mouse, and then unpause. Now, we can't unpause because we should be able to unpause. So let's actually make this false. Now, there is a problem. This is a very, very common problem. I try to point out every video I make, not every video, but it's really common. Whenever you pause a scene, you have to make sure if you have a UI, you take the process function or the process mode and set it to always, or just whatever works. I usually do always because always is a good way to make sure it always works. So let's play and see what we get. So we're in our game. If it loads, yeah, the game's loading a lot slower now. Okay, so we are in our game. We press E and our game paused. So I can no longer move, and I can click the close button, and we're back in, and it lags quite a bit, but that's okay. But our mouse needs to go back in. So what we can do is say, I think my computer is just being a little laggy right now. It's not the game, hopefully. Okay, and that should work. I'm not going to test it actually because my computer is being a little slow poopy right now. So I'm going to close that, and you're just going to have to trust me it works, or you're going to have to test it yourself. So that is it. We'll add a few things on the next part, but for now, this is how we do our inventory UI. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do in our inventory is we have to explore the concepts of how we're actually going to build this, and step by step, we're going to build it from the ground up. So far, we have our inventory as a script, and we have it all in variables, and this technically works, right? And that's it. Our inventory is technically speaking done, right? We even have a function where we can add an item. However, the main problem comes from interacting with our inventory and the UI of our inventory. Now, this is where most people struggle. The concept of an inventory system is actually not very difficult. It is the concept of interacting with that inventory through the game. That is where most people struggle. So we're going to build this from the ground up, one step at a time. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into our inventory container. I'm going to drag this down to the bottom, and let's move this over here like this. And so the first thing we're going to do is actually fill our inventory with slots. So obviously, as hopefully you might know, most inventories have slots in them, right? So we have a slot, let's say 30 slots or 28 slots, and each slot contains an item. So let's do that. So let's go into our inventory, or no, actually we'll just make it from here. So let me just pull up my reference. So the first thing we're going to do is make the slot. Now, the way you design the slot doesn't really matter. Okay, so I'll do it how I might do it, or how I would usually do it, which is I will have a panel or some sort of background, and that will be the first node. That will be the parent node. And then I'll have a sprite. And then I will have a label. And this label is actually going to be our count label. This is usually exclusive to whether or not you actually have stacking in your game, but it depends on what you want. So again, the structure of your slot doesn't really matter. It just depends on how you want it and how you want your slots to be. So let's save this as slot scene in our inventory. So let's save it. And let's now rename this to slot and add a script. Now this is where the magic happens. So this is where we'll be adding everything that we need to interact with a slot. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a bunch of variables that are going to help us interact with this. Now, I'm just going to copy paste it and I'll explain each one as we go along. So first we have all these things. So these are basically going to allow us to contain an item inside the slot. It's going to be a local slot variable almost. Okay. Now the item name is just an item name, description, cost, count, type, right? So these are all the things that we actually described in our inventory, right? So every item will have these things, including the count that we put out over here when we add it into our inventory, right? So in our slot, we also have has item is equal to false. Now this is just going to be a Boolean that allows us to check if our slot has an item, and we'll explore why we do that later. And we also have a Boolean that says mouse entered. Now the reason we have this is actually because we're going to, not yet actually, but we're going to be checking if, so hopefully we already know this, but I'll explain this concept anyways. So in our node system, if I show everything, so in our 2D canvas items, usually it's 2D, we have 2D, node 2D and control. So let's look at control nodes and scroll down a little bit. Here we have all these children as the control is a parent of all these children, right? So we have panel, tab bar, etc. Right? Now, what does that actually mean? In Godot, when something is a parent of something, the child will usually inherit all the properties of that parent. So the parent, which is the control node, is a parent of the slot, of the panel, sorry. So that means we have the signals here on the right that are ingrained from control. So we can see it says control. Now this is actually really useful because we now have focus entered, we have GUI input, and we have mouse entered and mouse exited. Now this is actually really useful because now we can just connect this, and we also can connect mouse exited. And in these, we can now say if mouse exited, we'll say mouse entered is equal to false. And if mouse entered, we can say true. Now, for the mouse entered, we only have to make sure it's true if we even have an item. So we can actually check if has item is true. We can do that. Or you could have just said without the true, but I always like to have the true because it's one of my habits, mainly just so I can understand when I read it and know if I'm checking for it to be true or false. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is we want to only show the sprite. So let's actually rename this to icon. So this will be our item icon. Okay. So in our item icon, we'll only show it if we actually have an item. So what we can do is say, if has item is true, then we can say, get the item icon and show it, right? Whoops. And if not, then we'll say icon.hide. Okay. Now we'll also do this for the count. So we won't show the count unless it has item is true. Okay. Now we can do the same thing here and hide it if has item is false. And that is it. Now, if we do have item, what we'll do is we'll update the count every millisecond. So here we'll just say, we'll actually remove that. I'll say count. Here we go. Text is equal to string item count. Now, the reason we have string here is because item count is a integer. Okay, so an integer is a number, right? Even if we had float, so if it was like this, that's also a float. Now, this is a problem because text is a string, right? So here in our scene, here, this is a string, right? So even though I typed 0, that's still a string. It's technically like this, right? So we have to convert it to a what you call it, string, right? So this will allow us to convert this integer into a string, right? And now we can now actually check for input. So we could do, there is a signal here that says GUI input. I don't like it. It's a little limited. So I tend to just use the input event. Now, the reason you could try to make this work without all this and using GUI input. But honestly, I think this is a little faster and a bit more, it makes a bit more sense. So where's the indent? Let's pass for now. I don't know if you can hear the sirens outside, but there's sirens right outside my door. Okay, so now what we can do is check for left click. Now we have to actually add this because we haven't added it, I don't believe. So let's go to our project settings, go to input map and add left click. And down in left click, we will add the mouse button, left mouse button. Is it this one? I think it is. Yeah, so we'll add that. And now when we left click on a thing, we should actually be able to do something. So let's print something for now. So we'll say, let's print the item name. Item name. And then let's actually make this work. So let's go into our input or our UI for our inventory. Now you might be wondering, okay, how do I fill this in? Well, do I just drag it in like this and then duplicate it or duplicate it a bunch? And now we have this. Well, yes and no. So, okay, first of all, let's actually change the inventory container to make sure that everything gets sized properly. So let me just find my reference here. For the, whoops, no, we have to do it in the slot. So in our slot, what we'll do is we'll go to layout and we'll go to custom minimum size. Let me check what I have as the minimum size. I think it's 64. Yeah, usually 64 by 64 is the minimum size. So we'll move this down a little bit. And then in our UI, we now have this. So in our inventory container, we'll actually change the columns to 6. And now we'll have a proper grid. And now what we can also do, if you'd like, we can go to theme overrides, constants, and separate everything manually. So we can do 5 and 5, or we can do 10 and 10. So now we can separate each of these slots as much as we like. Okay, now let's actually fill our inventory the proper way and the way that most people do it. Okay, because manually doing this doesn't really work very well. So what we'll do is we'll delete all these and we'll add a script to it. Called inventory container. And what we'll do is we're going to make a function called fill inventory slots. Now this inventory slots will allow us to it'll do a few things. First of all, it'll fill our container full of slots, and it'll update our slots with the proper item that is in every slot. So we have to do that. Okay. So the first thing we have to do is we have to make 2 variables. One where we preload the slot. Let's actually rename this to slot. So let's preload our slot that we just made. Hopefully that's the right, no, it wasn't the right path. And then we're going to also create an inventory size. Now this is going to be whatever you want. I just did 24 because I would like 24 slots. Now the way I usually calculate this is if I have 6 columns, 6 times 4 is 4 rows. So we'll have 6 columns and 4 rows. Okay, so 24 is a good number, or 6 times 5 is 30. So I try to go by a whole number, so that way it is organized and we don't have like 5 slots in one row and then 2 slots in another row. It looks kind of weird, right? So we try to organize it quite nicely. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to for loop through our inventory size. So we're going to say for loop in inv size. Okay, now in each we now fill 1 slot, or we add a slot. So I mixed up a little bit. Sorry. We have to actually add all these slots in our ready function, not our fill inventory. So let's actually add our ready inventory or ready function. And for here, let's pass for now. And here we can actually just copy this and do that instead. Now, this is a lot easier. All we have to do is say variable item temp, or we'll say slot temp, and then slot instantiate, and then add the child slot temp. And this will do it 24 times. Okay, and then we will also call this function right after. So this will actually allow us to fill these slots with the information, and then this will allow us to add these slots. Sorry about that mix up. I just was mixing up my words a little bit. So now when I play, I actually will just have my inventory slots. Now, when I click on a slot, it should print the item name. Now, it didn't print anything because I don't have anything in the item name. So let's actually go over here and say default, and let's replay the game and see what we should get. Now, if I enter a slot, it should print default a bunch of times. Now, this is a problem because what's happening is that this is going to happen a bunch of times, and I haven't even checked for mouse entered. Now, if you don't have to count, but I'm going to tell you, this printed default 24 times. Why? Because what happened is it didn't check for the mouse entered. It just printed 24 times because we have 24 slots, and we didn't check for if the mouse is on a specific slot. So each of these slots have its own custom unique ID to control, and so mouse entered will work really nicely. Now, however, input will not work very nicely, and because each slot, so if I have 2 slots open and I'm checking for both of them, then it's not going to work because, yeah, like it's just going to print 24 times. Hopefully you understand why this is happening. And now what we can do is in our slot, we'll just say if mouse entered, then we'll print the item name. So let's replay, and hopefully it should only print one time. So let's go to our inventory, play, or click. Ooh, why is it not working? Let's double check. Okay, I think what we actually need to do, we might need to change some settings. Let me double check. In our UI, selection change. Okay, let's replay, and hopefully this should work. Okay, let's debug this, and let's print mouse entered and see what we have. On mouse entered, mouse entered. Okay, let's see what we get. Oh, yeah, here we go. Mouse, because has item is never true. So let's make this true no matter what. Let's delete that. Okay, let's play. And now it should only print. There we go. So now we print the one that we actually printed. So let's change everything back to how it should be. Let's remove this. So as you can see, what my little bug happened is on mouse entered, it didn't trigger because we're also checking for if has item, which is actually good. That means we won't be able to do anything in our inventory if I don't even have an item. So it's not even registering that my mouse is entered because there's no, well, it did register, but there's no item in here to have. So there's nothing there to do. I can't click anything. So that's good. So that's it. In the next part, we are going to actually fill our slots full of information. So, all right. So continuing on from our fill slot inventory, or fill inventory slots, now we're going to actually fill everything with information. Okay. So we have to think about this in 2 parts. So there's 2 things we have to do. The first is we actually have to clear everything. Now, why are we doing this? Why are we clearing? What even is clearing? So clearing is we're going to set all the information like this. We have to take all the information in each slot and reset it to 0 essentially. Now, why are we doing this? Well, because if I only filled all the informations with slots, or all these slots with information, I wouldn't be able to distinguish or be able to separate which ones have information, which ones don't. Now, the best way to do this is just to clear everything, right? It's the easiest way. It's not the best way, but it's the easiest. So what we'll do here is we'll clear all slots of all information. We'll reset everything. And the nice part about this is that now we can fill all these slots with inventory info. Now here, we're actually going to for loop I in, not inventory size, but in inv.inventory. Okay, because we only need to fill the slots with the information of how many items we have from the inventory. So here, we'll just pass for now so we don't get an error. And in here, now what we can do is we can say get child.I is equal to nothing. Dot item name. So we can do this for each information things we have. So let's copy all these actually. And what we'll do is we'll go back to our, we'll actually stay in our slot, and then in our inventory container, we can actually copy paste this. Let's do that. And what we can do is we can say getChild.I and copy it into each variable here like this. And now we've reset every single thing that we need. Okay. Let me just double check some things. We also need to say has item is false. So we're going to also say has item is false for each of these. And that's it. Now, let's delete that. And now we actually fill it. So here we've reset every slot to have no information in them. Now here we want to actually fill each slot with the information from our inventory. Okay. So the way we can do that is very similarly, we'll just take all these and copy paste it. And we'll say has getChild.I or getChild.I dot get item name is equal to not nothing, but in fact, we actually want to get our inventory I dot name. So we want to get the name of our I, right? So this refers to the, like, let's say 0. Let's say I have in our inventory, here it is. If I have an item here, let's actually do that. Let's add in an item manually. So we'll say 0 and then preload icon. And then here we'll say count is 1. Let's say 2 actually. And then I'm going to get an error here because I didn't add a comma. Okay, so now I have an item. Now in our inventory container, we're going to get access to it by saying, because I starts at 0, so it'll get child 0, set the item name to inventory 0 at name. So it'll go inventory 0, which is right here. And then we'll go here and get the name, which is green arrow. Okay. Now we want to do this for everything. So we'll actually just copy paste this. And I want you to refill everything. Okay. Now fill everything that you think is proper here, right? So hopefully you've paused and unpaused. Now all we have to do is just copy these from description. We have to get the cost right here. Good, luckily it's all in order except for the type, I think. Let's go type. Type is over here, and this is count. And that is it. So we also have icon, but we'll do something different for that. Okay, now we also have to say has item is true. Okay. And lastly, we have to now load the icon. So let's say getChild.I dot icon. No, we're going to say get node icon. Okay. And then we're going to say dot texture is equal to whatever we want. Now the texture is actually going to be the icon texture. So we can say it like this: inventory.I inventory icon. So here, what we're doing is we're essentially from our UI, from our inventory container, if we have some slots in there, we're going to go into our first child, let's say our first slot, and we're going to go into that slot, right? So here, we're going to get the icon and we're going to fill the texture. So here's our texture. Let's actually put a default texture for now. Okay, that'll be our texture. Let's make it a little smaller. We're going to have to resize it once we get proper items in, but this will be our thing. So let's hide that. And let's actually reset this so I know it works. Okay, let's play and see what we get. So let's actually make sure we've called this. Okay, so here we have it in the ready function. Another place I actually call this isn't just the ready, because the ready function calls this once in the entire game, right? Or every time the scene is loaded. Now, I don't want that. I want it to actually also be called if I ever click inventory. If I ever open my inventory, I should also update my inventory. So let's actually do this and say, we'll get the node and fill the inventory. Okay, so let's play and let's press E. And there we go. There's our slot item. And now I can click it and it'll print green arrow. Awesome. We now have access to our slot and we can interact with it using input. Okay, let's edit a few things in our inventory input here, because there's a few problems. When in my game, if I click E twice, it just keeps putting it back in. Now I want it to, if it's here, I want to be able to press E and have it leave our screen. Okay, so what we can do is here, what we'll say, the way I do, there's a lot of ways to do this really. You can check for pause tree, you can do whatever. The way I do this, it's really simple. I just check for the offset. So I'm going to say if the offset of, I'm not going to say self here, I'm going to say the inventory. If the inventory dot, is it offset though for this? Let's check, let's go to layout, and no, it is not offset, it's position. Okay, so we're going to check for the position.y. Now, if the position.y is equal to negative 650, that means it's outside of our screen and it's above us. Okay, now if it's 0 like that, that means we want to get it off our screen. So we can also check for it. We can say elif. We'll say, let's actually just do this, and we'll copy this and go here, L, and copy. Now, if the inventory position is 0, what we'll do is we'll say, okay, paused is equal to false. And then here, I'll also transition out. And then mouse mode will be captured. Okay, there's one more thing we have to check for. I think, let me just double check. Here. Yeah, so when we transition out, remember that we leave it at 650. So here, what we can say is, let's actually put this in brackets. And then we can also add, or let's copy this. Hopefully this will work, and I don't have to add an elif. In my reference, I add an elif, so I don't think I have to. I think I can just do this. Okay, so let's play and try it. So let's press E. There we go. And when I press E again, it disappears. And if I press E, now the beauty of this, the reason why this is actually really cool, and the reason why I check for this is because if you were to check for something else and you press E, now I want you to test this. I want you to press E and start spamming E. You can't hear me, but I'm spamming E. Now, the beauty of this is that it doesn't cut the screen. It doesn't cut the inventory halfway through. If the inventory is going down and you press E again, it doesn't reset the animation. Usually, when you play an animation, you can interrupt that animation by playing it again. Now, we don't want that to happen, but that won't happen because here we're checking for the exact position, right? So here, what's happening is if I press E, it won't play the next animation until I get to position 0 or position any of these checks that I'm checking for, right? So it won't do that. It simply won't. So that's the beauty of this code, okay? All right, I think that is it for this part. I think we have everything working. Let me just double check. Okay, everything's working. So let's continue on our slot. I want to actually be able to interact with our slot and do things with it. So the first thing we have to do is we have to create a UI that I can interact with the information or the actual item. Now, we have the slot, we have the interaction with the slots. Now, we don't have anything to interact with the slot information. So let's make that. So let's create a new node. Let's actually go to the skeleton and close that and the player. We don't need those open right now. Let's create a canvas layer. So canvas layer, we'll rename this to ItemInfo. Let me just double check that's what I called it. Yeah, ItemInfo. And then in our ItemInfo, we're going to have a bunch of things. So what are those things? Well, first of all, let's go to 2D scene because that's what we need. Let's save this as ItemInfo. Let's put it here. And let's add our panel. We're going to have a background for a panel. And we're going to basically have this as our reference of item. So we're going to put all the information, item name, icon, all those things. Okay. So in our, this will rename this to background. Let's also add an animation player. We'll rename this to anim. We'll also add a label. We'll duplicate it because we're going to have one label for the title and then one label for the description. Oops, ignore that Amazon order. Okay, so for the label, this will be our description, and this will be our title. Yeah, that's what I called it. So let's actually put this on the top. And let's put a default thing. So let's say item name, and let's resize everything to how we want it. So let's go to description and say this is a description of our item. Now we have to, let's change everything. So let's center everything, and then let's also put auto wrap on word smart. Now let's resize this and we'll put it right here. Why? Because we're actually also going to have an icon. We'll put that right here. And let's resize it to be proper. So let's actually go to the transform. Here we go. And we'll set it to 0.6 for both of them. Or not, 0.6. Yeah, there we go. And we'll center that hopefully somewhere. And we'll drag this down. Let's actually drag everything down a little bit. Let's take our item name and drag this here. We'll center everything. Put everything on word smart. And then we'll also go to theme override, font size, and then I'll increase it a little bit. Okay. And you can kind of mess around with this. You can even add your own theme. I would definitely recommend that, especially if you're making your own game. The default Godot theme is not the best. They actually improved it in Godot 4, but it's just a default font, right? So I would suggest going online and looking for a better font that you like and that matches your game. Okay. The description, let's resize that like this. That looks fine. And we are going to have a few items or buttons to actually interact with this. So let's add a few buttons. So let's add a button. Let's add 2 buttons. Let's actually leave one. We'll take one for now and then just duplicate it here so it's easier to drag. Actually, let's not duplicate it yet. What I'll do is I'll resize it. I'll say close, and then let's resize it to how we want. Let's put it like that. And then I'll duplicate it so that way they both have the same size. Okay, we'll say this is use. So let's rename them as well. So this is use and this is close. And I think that is it for now. That is it. Awesome. So now let's also make the animation player work. So in our animation, we'll add a few things. So we'll go here and we'll say trans in, trans out. So transition in and transition out. So from transition out is actually really easy. We have here, so we can go to transform. We'll say the offset is here. And then off, we want to say the Y is 650, I guess. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay, let's key that. And so now we have transition out, and then again, transition in. Actually, what I do, I don't do this, actually. We'll do what I do. So let's actually reset this to 0.1. And what I do is I just set the position right away. I don't animate this usually because the transition in and out of the item name, I want it to be instant. I don't want it to smooth in and out because it's not something that needs animation. When I click an item, I want to be able to navigate quickly, right? So in our transition in, we'll actually reset this to 0 and key that. Key, please. There we go. We'll go to our reset and our default will be 650. So our reset will be this, and I'll key this. So this will be our default. And then if I transition in, it should pop in like this. The time of the animation doesn't really matter, but yeah, I'll just set it to 0.1 and then transition out. It'll put it outside the screen. Okay, so back to our slot. Here, now what we can do is, or should do, is get access to the item info. So let's decide where to put this. Let's put this inside of our inventory. So let's go here and item info. So we'll drag this in to our here. And now from our slot, we need to be able to get access to this. So where is our slot? Well, first of all, we don't even have a slot. So it's actually added in. It'll make it a little easier to get access to it. So from our slot script, we can actually just do this, item info. Now let's actually just load, should I? I don't know if it'll error. Let's try it. Let's try seeing if we can load it. Let's go to the top. Let's say on, ready, there, item info is equal to this. And let's pass and let's play and let's see what we get. Okay, I don't think it errored. So let's actually try to actually animate it now. If I click, so let's say item info dot get node anim dot play trans in. Okay, so let's try that and see what happens. So now when I click on the slot, it should transition in, and I spelt it wrong. So let's make sure I don't capitalize that. And let's try again. And there we go. There's our slot. So the first thing we have to do or realize is that the layer is on the same layer. So let's actually make it in the front. And now we have our layer in the front. So now we have our item info here. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So we now have access to our item info. And in the next part, we'll actually fill in the item info with our information from the slot as well. So for now, I want you to just adjust everything how you'd like it. Add backgrounds, change the backgrounds, all that stuff. So yeah. Okay, welcome back. So let's get right into the filling our slot information from our slot. So as you remember, we check for the left click, we check if our mouse is in that slot, and we can now play transition in. Now I want to actually fill the information with all the information that we need. So from our slot, all we need to do is, it's very similar to filling from our inventory. Where is it? Okay, first of all, let's delete this slot. From here, it's very similar to this, filling into our actual item info. So from our slot, we want to get our item info dot item name and just fill in item name. Now this is going to be a bit confusing because it has the same name, but this item name will be from here, and we're going to get the item info name of here, of the item info. Hopefully that makes sense. Because if it doesn't, it's going to get a bit confusing. I should have probably named it something else, but it's okay. I think it's fine. So let's duplicate this a few times. And what we'll do is we'll just copy paste this for everything. We'll go item cost, item count, item count, and we also have item type. Let's copy paste that one more time. We have item type. Awesome. And lastly, we will want to, we also want to set the texture. So we say item.info.get node, let's say icon, and then we have to actually make sure that we go into our item info. Oh, it's already named icon. I forgot I did that. I'm so smart. We say item info.get icon, and we'll fill it in with what we currently have for this icon. So we'll say item icon dot texture. Hopefully, I think that, yeah, that's what I have. And why is it doing this? Oh, yeah, we want to set texture. And there we go. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to make the process of the inventory false. So here we're going to get the node, we're going to get parent from our slot. We're going to get parent from here to here to here. So we're going to go here, and we're going to disable the inventory. So we're going to disable the process of the actual inventory. Now, the reason we're doing this is because actually we're going to disable the inventory here, because what's happening is if I go here, let's actually disable it manually and see what happens. So if I press E, it'll pop up, but if I press anything, nothing's happening. So because, and it was kind of buggy, and the reason that happens is because we've disabled it manually. So here you can see that we can't even interact with any of them. So let's actually reset this. Now the reason I want to do this is because, here, let's play, and here we go. Here's our item info, and we already got bugs. Very cool. Invalid set index item name. Let's go here. Item name. Why is that happening? Item info dot item name. Invalid set index with value type string. So on base canvas item. I see. Okay, so we might have to get the node itself. So item info here. Oh, we didn't even add a script. That's probably why. Haha. Okay, so in our item info, we're going to want to add a script to that. And we're going to just copy paste this. Sorry about that. We have item type. We have a bunch of stuff. Very cool. Okay, so you can just copy paste this part right here. Should be the exact same. Okay, now let's play again and try that. Hopefully we don't get an error. Okay, so if I click this, nothing's going to happen. So let's find out why. All right, we're going to have to debug a few things already. Okay, let's take all this out and see what happens. Okay. Oh, no, I remember why. Okay, so let's reset that. Okay, so what happened is this actually did work, but it disabled it right away. So the reason why that happened is because now in here, we have to actually make this process always. So let's go again. Let's click it in. Slot, and this pops up. Now, the reason I disable this is because if I have other item slots here, I can click them and this will pop up and remove it. And the problem with that is that if my mouse is over here, or actually, let's say right here, you can see my mouse. And if I click, or even if my close button was over here and I click on top of it and the slot is behind my mouse, it'll click both of them and it won't be able to distinguish which one I'm clicking on. So as a solution, I just disable the actual inventory. See here, I can't even click the button. I can hover it, but I can't click it. It doesn't do anything. Well, obviously there's no way to get back. So let's actually just close the game and keep going. So from our slots, we now have filled the item info with everything we need. Let's actually, I didn't even look. Let's check that to see if it actually works. So here we should have item name. It's weird actually. It should be green arrow, should it not? Let's print the item name, see what we get. I believe it should be green arrow, so I don't know why it's not working. Oh, no, I know why it's not working because we're not doing anything with that information. Haha. Okay. We're going to want to update the information. So just 1 second. Okay. What we want to do here is we want to create a function where we update the information. So we can say update info, and we'll just add get node title dot text is equal to item name, and then we'll say the description is going to be equal to the item description plus the cost. Now this is new line, so we'll just go to the next line and then add the cost. That's how I usually add it. And here now what we can do is we can actually call this every time I click on a slot. So all I have to do is say item info dot update info. Let me just double check that's how I do it in my, yeah, that's how I do it in my reference. Okay, awesome. Now when I play and I click the slot item, it should pop up with the information unless I get a cool error. Okay, what's the error? Invalid. Okay, you know what? Let's just convert everything to a string so I don't get any errors. Okay, invalid set with base. Ooh, that's why I spelled this wrong. That's not why. Okay, so in our item info here, we have description like this, and I didn't get the node properly. Okay. Okay, let's try one more time. There we go. Now we have green arrow. This is a green arrow with cost 10, and this is the icon that we use for that green arrow. So let's close this, and let's add in a signal for the close. So let's actually go to our closed and press, and let's also add a signal from our use. And that's it. So let's add these two. Now, yeah, that's it for now. So let's also add something that we'll actually have use for later. So we're going to check for the item type. If the item type is equal to a MISC, we're actually going to take the use and update it to use. Now, if I have something else that I want to equip, I'm actually going to say else. You could do elif, but I'm just going to do else because I only have 2 types in my game. So I'm going to say get item, get node use, and say dot text is equal to equip. Okay. And now I can have in my inventory, if this is a MISC, it'll say use. Now, if it's something else, I'll just say right hand. I'll play the game and pop this up. Now it'll say equip instead. Okay, so now we can change the text depending on what type it is. So I'll change this back to a MISC or whatever you want. Maybe it's a back item or whatever. Okay, so it's really up to you. And now let's go back to our item info, and we're going to do this next. Okay, all right, welcome back. So the next thing we're going to do is realize that I cheated a little bit, and I actually have a pack from the same artist with different items, but I think they have it. Yeah, so I have more, but you should be able to get these same items here. And now I'm going to actually adjust everything to fit these icons. So for the item info, I'm just going to put in a random one, and I'm going to adjust it properly so that it actually has the proper scale. So I want it to be that big. Okay, and now for the slot, I'm also going to do that for here. So I'm going to add in a slot item, and I'm going to adjust it so that it fits the actual slot. And then let's also adjust the count and move that up here. Let's actually move it right there. And what we'll do is we'll make the font a little smaller. So we'll say maybe 15, actually maybe 16. Oh, no, that's the same size. Let's do 10. Nope. 12. Let's do 12. And then I'll adjust it right there. And I want it to start reading from the right. So let's actually adjust the vertical to the, let's do center and right. So that way it'll start reading from the right to left. Okay, now I can adjust it here. And the more numbers I have, it'll read to the left. And then auto wrap we'll put on smart. And that's it for the count. So now the count will look a lot better. So let's just put it at like 100. Usually most games will cap their count at 100, so that's good. And now, lastly, let's go to our script, go to our inventory, and for this, let's add a staff. So let's go here and look for a staff. It's hard to see, but I think let's like drag it out. That one is not really a staff. I don't know if there is a staff. Oh, that one looks like a staff. Okay, we'll use that one. We'll use item iron weapon 28. And then for the green arrow, I don't think there are green arrows, obviously. So we'll use, what is this? That looks like an arrow, kind of, not really. Yeah. You'll probably want to add your own proper icons, but for a placeholder, just so you can understand the difference in the game, we'll just put this for now. So we have 27, 28. So we have two different icons now. They actually look proper. And let's actually delete this because that item doesn't technically exist anymore. And let's now go into our UI, item information, and let's actually make this stuff work. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is let's load our animation. So let's say onReady anim. We'll say anim dot equals get node anim. And now what I can do is on close, I can just say anim dot play trans out. And then what I can also, I should do, I'm going to have to say variable anim. I should do is I have to set the process function of our get parent to true. So the get parent is going to be this guy, the inventory, which I set to false when I click the slot, if you remember. So now the close should work. So now when I open an item, I'm going to have nothing because I didn't add anything. So in our inventory, let's actually add a function ready. No, let's actually test this somewhere else. So let's copy our add item. And what I'll do is I'll add a staff. So I'll say add item staff, and let's copy that, take that. And what we'll do is let's put it in here for now. So we'll say inv. And so all we have to do to add an item from anywhere in the game is this inv.addItem staff and call its item name. Okay. So now what we can do is play. And now I should have a staff in my inventory. Cool. And now I should be able to close and interact with this. Equip doesn't do anything. However, you see here, we can't click the close button. So here, if I close, I can now close the inventory. Cool. And now we have a pretty functional inventory system. Okay, so let's close this. And now let's go back to our item info, and we want to make the use work. Now, how do we do this? So I want you to think about this yourself, and I'll give you a hint. There's two cases that affect our use button. So there's two things that we need to do, or check for. I'll say that, check for. So I want you to think about it and unpause the video and unthink, or unpause. Okay, so hopefully you've thought about it. Now, these two things that we have to check for is, we've actually done this before, is one, if we have the item already, and two, if we don't have, or if the item count is 1. If the item count is 1, then we want to get rid of the item completely from our inventory, right? Because we're going to use our item. Let's say we're drinking a potion, right? Oh. And we have 10 potions, and I want to drink 1 potion. All I have to do is say count minus equal 1, right? That's easy. I just subtract from the count. However, let's say I have 1 potion left and I drink that potion. I want to remove it from the inventory. I don't want to just subtract the count. I want to remove it completely. Now, how do we do that? Well, the first thing we have to do is for loop through our inventory. So the first thing we're going to do is for loop I in inventory, and then we're going to check to see if we can find the item name. This is to check if we have the item at all. First of all, this is to check if we have the item at all, but we also wouldn't be able to even press this or press the button if we didn't have an item. So it wouldn't really matter, but this is really just to find the item. So we're going to basically for loop through our inventory and find the item that we're trying to use. So the item name is up here. So we're going to find the item in our inventory, right? This isn't only just to check if we have it. This is to find our actual position in our inventory, right? So let's say I'm trying to use a potion at the 3rd slot. That means the I will be 2 because it starts at 0. It goes 0, 1, 2, right? So now we have, what do you call it? Access to our inventory item, okay? So now what we want to do is we want to, let me just double check something. We want to remove from the item. So what we'll do is actually really simple. We'll just say item count minus equal 1. Now what we can do is we can just check to see if the item count is 0 or if it's not 0, right? So what we can say is if item count is 0, then we want to remove item from the inventory. That's it. Okay. We'll have an else statement for else. Well, yeah, we'll have an else for something else later, but that's it. So if our item count is 0, now we want to actually remove it from the inventory. Well, actually, we'll add it right now. So we'll say else count minus subtract 1 count from the inventory count slot variable. Okay. And this is actually really easy. Let's do this part first because this is super easy. It's 1 line of code. Bam, we're done. That is it. Because we have the position of where our inventory item is, we just take the count and we subtract from 1, right? And that's it. That is literally it. It's the easiest thing in the world, right? And yeah, and that's it. Now, removing an item from the inventory is a little harder. It's actually a lot harder than you might think. So to do this, we have to actually create a temporary dictionary to hold our inventory. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to for loop through our dictionary again. We're going to have to do X because we already used I. So we're going to say if for loop X in inventory, and then we'll say if X is greater than I, then we'll take our dictionary and we're going to basically copy so what we're doing is we're going to for loop through our item. No, let me explain this a different way. So if I have 5 items in my inventory, and I'm using the item at position 3, so it's somewhere in the middle, I can't just copy, I can't tell the system, okay, let's copy everything to the left and right. We have to manually do this. So in order to manually copy everything, we have to first check, okay, in our inventory, let's check everything to the left of our inventory from our item use. So let's say we're using an item at position 3, and I have 5 items in my inventory. At position 3, I'm going to go from 0 to 2 and copy everything and put it inside of our item or temporary dictionary. Okay, that's what this line is right here. Okay, and then now I want to go to the right of that item and print and copy everything to the right of that item. So essentially, we're going to be copying everything in our inventory except for the one item that we are using, right? So now we have to have an elif function and say if x is smaller than I, then we'll copy everything to the left. I believe this is the left. Okay. Now we've essentially copied everything into our temporary dictionary except for that one item that we are using. Now, why would we do this? Well, it's actually really simple. Now all we have to do is clear our inventory. This is a function built in Godot. It's a dictionary thing. So now all we have to do is say inventory equals tempdict, because we've copied over the temporary dictionary we've copied in our inventory into the temporary dictionary without the item. We can now just set it equal to temporary dictionary, and that is it. And now what we want to do, because we've used up the last item, we're actually just going to close our item info. So we can just call this function up here. So we can say on close pressed. Okay. Now the last thing we have to do is fill our inventory slots, because now we could do it here, but we could also do it here just to update. So this will allow us to update our inventory, right? Because the count won't update automatically. We have to actually do that. So we have to, from our inventory item information thing, we go up to inventory, and then we're going to go back down to inventory container, and then we're going to update our inventory. So let's try that. Let's see what happens. So when I play, I open my inventory. Here's my thing. I equip or use it, and it disappears because the count was 1. So let's actually add 2 items. Let's add staff, and let's print it. Now when I play, if I use this, I gotta update it. Wait, was I not updating it here? Ooh, I don't think I was. Okay. I think what I have to do is we have to, let me just double check my reference on what I did. Nope. I think, okay, so what's happening, what I believe is happening, and most likely is happening, is, I think we might actually be able to do this in the slot. So what's happening is the process function is, the process is paused on the UI here, so it's not able to update. Now, so it's not able to call this function, right? Actually, unless I put it in the wrong line. Let me just double check. Nope, it should be there. Yeah, it should be in that line. Let's double check I named this right. Let's actually just do this. Nope, it's the right path. Fill inventory slots. That should be the right function name. Okay, cool. And let's go back to our inventory item. Let's try one more time and see what we get. So let's go here. We'll equip it. Close, and yeah, it only updates when I close. So I think what we have to do is we'll have to say, we'll say always, and then we'll pause it again. So we'll say process mode disabled. There we go. And so let's try that and see if that works. Hopefully. Nope, it doesn't work. Why is that? That's interesting. Item count. We should actually be able to do this manually. Oh, no, we just have to update the info of our slot. So let me actually figure this out, and I'll be right back. All right, so I figured out a way. I don't know why it's not working for here, but it is working for my reference. Basically, all we will do to allow our count to update, but avoid errors in clicking our slot, is in the process of our label, we'll go to always, or mode, and put it to always. So now it'll always update no matter what, because the process is always going to be working. So now if I equip or close, it'll work properly. Okay, so that's that fixed. So we still have this there to avoid any errors in clicking the slot while our inventory item information is up. All right, so that is everything for the using the button Next up, I believe we are going to create the equipment system. Okay, next up, we are going to be doing our equipment system. Okay, so let's get that set up first in visuals, and then we will also do the script. So the first thing, the visual, will actually be pretty easy. For the equipment, we'll actually have it local. So we'll have it as a node, and we'll say equip, and we'll move this. Let's move this into the inventory because it's going to be part of the inventory. And then in here, we're actually just going to, let's do this. Let's go into our inventory, go to slot, we'll drag that in, and let's find our slot, pop that in, and we're going to make it local. And then we're going to delete the count because our equipments don't have a count. And then let's go over here and disconnect everything. We want to go into our script, and we're going to delete the script. We're going to go to our slot and rename this head. Okay, so here, let's move this up, maybe right there. Actually, I'll move it right here. It's hard to see where this is, so let's pop that in there. And let's move this 1 pixel to the right. Whoop, it's really hard to move pixel perfect. Okay, and let's duplicate this a few times. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think that's good. So let's actually select the move button by clicking W or selecting it. And we'll just move each one of these a few pixels down. So we'll have the head, the chest, the legs. This will be the feet. We'll put that down there. This will be the left hand. Put that right there. And this will be the right hand. Let's actually move that and that a few pixels up. There we go. Okay, so let's rename everything. This is going to be the chest. We have legs. This will be the feet. This will be the left hand. And this will be the right hand, but I have to rename it, right hand. Okay, so here we now need to create a script that will work for all of these. So in our inventory, let's create a new folder for this. Let's say equip. And in this script, we are going to go into here. Well, we have to first create the script. So let's say script. We'll say equip. Let's actually rename it to something. No, actually, that's good. Equip. And then here, all we're going to do is we're going to have the same variables as our item slot. This is going to be pretty similar to our item slot. In fact, we can actually go into our item slot and just copy some things over. I think we should actually be able to just copy all this over, go into our, well, first, okay, let's go back to our equip and add this. We don't have a count, so we're actually going to remove that. And then in our here, we're actually going to set the texture in our process. So here we'll say at the icon. Okay, I'll copy it over. Icon.texture is going to be equal to. Okay, this is going to error for you, but I'm going to put this for now. Okay, so we're going to say inventory.equip at string self.name at the icon. So let's actually explore what this means, and we'll actually create it in the script. So let's actually go to our equip and close all other tabs. Let's open our global inventory, and in our inventory, we're going to add a new dictionary. In this dictionary, we're going to have it be called equip. So I'm actually going to copy, let me copy it over the first one, and then I'll copy the rest over and just explain what it all does. So the first thing we're going to have is a variable dictionary called equip. And in this equip dictionary, we're going to have seven keys. Each one is going to be its own head, chest, legs, feet, left hand, and right hand. Each one is going to be unique. So we're going to have head, etc., etc. Okay. And each one of those is going to have an item inside of it. That item is literally from our inventory, right? So it has the exact same things, has a count. The count won't really matter because we're not going to be using it, but we're just going to pass it over anyways. So from our icon, we're actually, why don't we load something proper? So we can load, let's load the weapon. No, actually, let's load something else so that way we see if it changes. Okay, so from here, we now have head and all that stuff. So you're going to want to make one for each thing. So I'm going to just copy this over for my reference, and I'll quickly just scroll through it a little bit. So here we have head, chest, legs, feet, right hand, and left hand. If you want more things, you can do that really easily. Okay, I'll be showing you how to implement all of these pretty easily. So here for the image, we're probably going to want to actually load something proper again for all of them. So let me just do that real quick. And there's a fast way to do this for me. So if we just select this and say Control R and replace all, it'll replace all of them to the iron shield and no more errors. Cool. So it doesn't really matter what we preload, but as long as we preload something, so that way we can load something in later. Okay, so all of these are default. So it doesn't matter what it is because we're going to actually load it and change it later anyways. So now what we want to do is in our texture, we are now equipping it with we're setting the texture to the equip.string self name. So if we have a name called, let's say green arrow, we're going to find the green arrow and put that in the texture of that green arrow, right? So we'll load the icon here as well. So if we had green arrow, it'll load that icon as well. Okay. And next up, we have mouse entered and mouse exited. So we're going to actually want to, first, we're going to want to, let's see if this actually works. I've never tried this. Oh, it does. Okay. Okay. This is a cool trick. So if we select the legs and hit Control and select the feet, left hand, right hand, and we actually drag the equip, we can just select all of them and add the script to all of them at once. Now let's see if this, no, it won't work. Okay. So we're going to have to manually add the mouse entered and mouse exited to each one manually. So let's do that right now. So let's just add all of these. Mouse entered. Whoops. All right, so now each one has its own connection. And now what we can do is we will want to actually have, so originally you have two options really. You can either create another item info for the equipment, or what we're going to do is we're going to just use the item info for our equipment. So we're going to use this to have our item information on our equipment here. So the first thing we'll want to do is actually go from inventory to having it equipped. So in our item information, we're going to go into our script. And now that we have the equipment thing, this is just text. So there's a lot of different ways to do this really, is either we create another button that's equip, or we just check for equipment, or there's so many different things we can do, but I'll show both. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take the use button and have it as a from the inventory to whatever. So we have few options. Either it's in our inventory and it's a misc item, and if it is a misc item, we'll drink a potion, whatever, we'll use the effect of that item. If it's a equipment, right, if the type is equipment, or if the type is a right hand, we'll do something with it. So on our use pressed button, let me just go to my reference. In here, what we'll do is we're going to first check for the path. So the first thing we want to do, okay, let me see if I can pull up my reference. So this is going to take you a while to type out. So I'm going to just copy it. So the first thing you might think of doing is, okay, well, if we want to get the type of the equipment, what we can do is we can use match. So match is a really good thing to learn. But in this case, so what we would be doing is we would be saying, okay, we're going to take the inventory type and we're going to match it with all of these, right? So the reason why we're doing this is because we want to see what the type is. If the type of the inventory that we're using is a head, then we can equip it, right? If it's legs, then we'll equip it in the legs section, right? So here we get the path manually of each thing. So if it's leg, oh, I guess I put legs twice. Say feet. Now that this works, but it's kind of inefficient. It's really long and it'll take a while, right? So I don't want you to do this, but this is a good idea of how we can, one option of what we could do. Now, instead, what we'll do, we're going to get access to the path of the type. And this is really important. You have to make sure that the equipment and the type here on the left are spelt the same. Otherwise, you'll get an error. So the path is going to be equal to equip. So get parent, equip right here, / string. We're going to add the type of their inventory. So if our type is head, it's going to get the path to head. Does that make sense? So if we, in our inventory, if we have type head, the path will be equal to get parent, equip / head, which is right here. So we will now have access to our head depending on what sort of type we're equipping. Right, so here we have type, head, and chest. Well, these are in our equipment, but if we had something here, so we have weapon. We don't want weapon, we want right hand. Okay, so this is very important that we make sure that it's right hand or left hand or whatever else here. Okay, so in our item info, now what we can do is check to see if the path exists. We can say has node path. If it does, what we can do is we'll say, okay, first we'll see if that thing has an item. If it does or doesn't, then we'll make item has true. And then we'll just load in the item that we have. Okay. Now, if it's not, no, I'm not going to do this, but if it doesn't exist, I want you to tell me, what does that mean? If the path that we're trying to access of the equipment that we just made doesn't exist, what does that mean? Okay. So if it doesn't exist, that means that this is a misc item. So we're just going to print that this is a misc item. Now, if you want to create some sort of effect where you add health to the player, you can do that here. You can, we'll add a comment here. Use misc item effect example healing buffs, etc. Okay, so if you have any sort of buff, healing thing, whatever, this is where you would do it. If we're equipping, this is where we do it. Let's actually add a comment here. Equip the item in use, in question. No, I will say in use. I think that makes a bit more sense. Okay. Now, I think that is done. So I think we actually might be able to test it. I think we have a staff in our inventory. So let's just play and see what we get. So here we go. We have no slots. I'm not sure why. If we use it, nothing pops up. Why is that? I know why. Because this is a node and it stayed up there. Okay, we might have to change this. Let's change. Where's change type? There it is. Change type to node 2D. And we'll actually try one more time. Oh, where our inventory went. Over there. Okay, let's just bring this down all the way here. Actually, no, we'll do this. We'll take all these and then we'll drag it down. There we go. We'll put it right there. Hopefully it's not on top of the inventory. It is. So let's move it a bit more to the left. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's play one more time. This should work. Okay, here's our inventory. Now I equip and there it is. There's our item. So if I equip one more time, it'll disappear. So we'll fix that later, but for now, we have now equipped something. So now I want to be able to click this, the item, and unequip it. So let's actually move this a bit more to the left because I noticed it was still, yeah, let's put it right there. I think that's good. Okay, So now from our slot, I want to be able to print or do something. So here, what we can do actually is we can go into our slot and use that as a reference. Right, so here, remember, we have all this. So we'll actually just copy this and go to our equip and copy that. And then we can say print item name. So why don't we do that? Let's play. Here, we have nothing equipped. So let's equip something. We close it, and here's our item. And if I click this, nothing happens. Why is that? Ooh, I might not have done this properly. Let's go to UI. Let's go to our head. Right hand. Let's go to our right hand and see if that worked. Okay, let's see if this actually worked. So let's print something. There's a chance it might not have worked. Oh, okay. So it did work, but it just didn't print the name. So the name was not filled in. That's good. Okay. So we just haven't filled anything in. So it is printing, but it just hasn't printed anything proper. Okay. Let me just double check. None of the other ones are printing. Okay, cool. So let's actually take this out. So here we can see that if I click this, it's printing nothing, which is the item name. But if I'm clicking on the other ones, nothing is printing because there is no item in those. So let's close this. And in the next part, we'll actually work on filling up the inventory or the equipment properly. Okay, one thing I realized is for the information that is stored inside of our equipment slot, we don't actually need these. The reason being because our equipment is stored inside of our equipment. It's going to be stored inside of our script. So yeah, here we're not going to print the name. We're going to let's pass for now. Let's delete that. And so we have the thing equipped inside of our equipped inventory. Okay, so once we've worked on equipping an item, now we have it equipped inside of our global script. Now this is actually really nice because now if we click on it, what we can do is we'll set the information from here. So in fact, we can actually go into our slot and let's auto load the same thing. So we'll say from here, let's put the slot right here. And so let's go to our equip. We'll auto load the item information. We'll put it right there. And let's actually double check that it's correct. So let's go to our UI. Let's go to one of these scripts and let's drag this in. And it is the same path. Perfect. Okay. So we've now auto-loaded this. Let's go to our slot once more. And now we can do this. We'll go to our equip and just copy this. Oh, there we go. And so the animation transition in is good. However, the rest of it is not good because there is no item name, there is no type, there is none of this, right? However, it is stored somewhere. Okay, so I want you to think, where is it stored? This information, like item name, where is it? Right? We have it somewhere, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to use it here. Okay, hopefully you figured it out. It is the same thing here, right? It's the same idea. So in fact, we should just be able to do this. Let me double check if that's what I actually do. I don't think it is. No, it isn't. But what I do, okay, so for the name, we'll do this. So item equip.selfName. So it's the same thing, right? So we're going to take the name of our head. So for example, if we're right hand, we're going to look for the right hand inside of our inventory. We're going to go inside of our inventory, inside of our equip. We're going to go to right hand. Okay, here it is. Here's what's in our right hand, and we're going to load it into the information. So into this thing. And we're going to take the name, right? So let's actually copy this all over. And now we can rename this to what it is. So this is type, this is count, this is cost, and this is description. And now, hopefully no errors. Okay, cool. Let's play. And we should be able to equip, close this. Let's open this. And now we have this. We have the staff, right? Now this won't do anything, but it will do something because when we equipped, this is the wrong button. But if we close it, that's kind of what we wanted. Okay, so we have the item information with from our equip to the item info. Now, there's a few things we have to change or kind of understand. So the first thing we need to do is understand that item info should have two things. It should have a use button and equip button. So use/equip. And now what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this and we're going to say unequip. Unequip. Now we could rename it as well, like here in our thing, but it's going to require a few other things. So here we'll just say unequip. And now what we can do is we'll make this hidden. And so in our UI from our slot, what we can add is say, nope, that's not it. We will say get node dot, we can actually say like this. Actually, I'll do it like this. Whoops. Okay. So we'll say item info dot get node, use and hide. And then we'll say, we'll get the unequip node and show that instead, the button, right? So in our item info, sorry, let me close the torch and all that. I was playing around with that. We're going to go into our nodes here. We're going to show the use if it's not, or we're going to show the unequip and hide the use if it isn't. So here, let's play. Let's go to our system here. Let's equip this, close this, go here and unequip this. And obviously nothing happens. But yeah, that's it. It showed our unequip. So yeah, that's it. It works. Now we have to actually, disconnect the node because what happened is it used it and it just equipped it essentially. And now what we can do is connect this into our node and do something when we unequip. Now we're going to actually unequip it. Now, okay. We have to double check that everything is proper. So from our UI, things are getting a bit messy. Sorry. So things are getting a little complicated, but we'll try to keep track of everything. Okay. So in our slot from our equip here, we can hide and show everything, right? Now I believe, let me double check that if we do this and close. Okay. So here we see that both are not hidden. So we actually need to do the same thing if we hit the slot. So in our slot, we have to make sure that we hide and show the proper ones. So yeah, let's just do this. So here we'll show the use and hide the unequip. Unequip. So if we're clicking from our slot, from our inventory, we're going to hide the unequip and show the use, right? So it's going to be the opposite. Okay, things are getting a bit complex, but we're almost done. So let's close that. Let's go to our scripts. In our item info, we're now going to work on unequipping. So in unequipping, this is very similar. So let's go to my, let me pull up my reference real quick. Okay, so unequipping something is actually somewhat easier, but it's still somewhat complex. So the first thing we're going to do is we have to check if we have an item in our inventory already. So the first thing we'll do is we'll create a local variable inside of our function called hasItem. This will allow us to check if we have the item or not. So now what we'll do is we'll for loop through the inventory. And now we actually check to see if we have that item. So we can do that by saying if inventory at the I of our name. So if our inventory, we're going to for loop through it, look at each name, and we're going to check to see if the item type name is the same. So if what we have equipped is the same of something in our inventory, then all we can do, or all we have to do, is say item count is item count +1 and say has item is true. And that's it. So, well, no, that's not it. But now what we can do is say, if has item after is false, then what we'll do is we'll say, okay, well, we need to add it to our inventory. So what we should be able to do, yeah. So now what we can do is just say, copy it over to a temporary dictionary. So we're going to copy over our item from our equipment. We're going to add the count to our equipment, and then we're going to add it in. And that's it. I think we actually might also just be able to say add item. I think we might just be able to say add item. So let's do that. Let's try this. This is what I have in my reference, but I want to try this. So we can comment that out by adding 3 of these. And let's say add item. And we'll add the item, this one. I think that should work. Nope, we got to get the name of it. Name. Okay, hopefully, we got to reference the global inventory. So inventory.addItem. So if has item is false, we'll add it. We'll add the item. We'll try that for now. If that doesn't work, we'll end up doing what I did. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll close the item info. I also actually want to close on equipping. Where is that? Equip. What we'll do actually is we'll just close it regardless. Actually, yeah, no, we'll close it here. So we'll say if it is an equipment, then we'll close it. Okay, and here we're going to close the item info, but there's still some things we want to do, and that is we have to remove the item from our equipment. So we should actually be able to test this, see if the add item works. So let's equip something, and then let's unequip, and it should kind of work. Well, first of all, the count didn't work. So that's interesting. Let's equip this, unequip, and nothing's working. Okay, let's comment this out and see if this will allow it to work. Okay, let's use or equip these twice so we get rid of it, and unequip, and interesting, it's still not working. Okay, let's see. Let's see what's going on. Right, we have to update our inventory. Haha. I knew I was forgetting something. We'll do that right after. So here we'll say get node inventory container and fill these slots. So let's actually call that function. So we'll fill the inventory slot, and yeah, we'll use my method for now. And now what we should do is if I unequip it, yeah, it goes count 1. Let's equip both times and then unequip, and it should unequip it technically. There we go. So it does kind of work. The only issue now is we got to remove the item from our equipment. So let's add a comment, say remove item from equip. However, let's actually, sorry, I want to test this part. Let's see if this works. We'll add item. Let's try that. We'll equip, unequip. Okay, it does work. Okay, so you can do either or. So you can either do this or you can just do this. I think either or would work actually perfectly, because in our add item, we do the same thing. We add count, we check for if it already exists, and then we also add. So here we can just add item. Okay. Next up, in fact, you might actually just be able to remove all this, but I'm going to test that later and I'll let you know. But the next thing we have to do is remove it from our equipment. And so the way we do that is we first get our path to what we have. So we have to access the path of what we have equipped. And the way we do that is by, we have the item type. So we're just going to say path is equal to string plus item type. So we're going to, let's say right hand, we're going to get the path to our right hand. And then we're going to get the node of that path and say has item is false. And then we're also, that's pretty much all we have to do. We don't have to reset the information inside of it. Well, firstly, because we don't store any of the information inside of it. And second, because now we'll just set the information to nothing by doing this. So let's change that to something I actually have, say Iron Shield. Okay, and now we've essentially reset everything. So we go into our equipment, item type, right hand for in this case, and say, okay, we're now going to set everything to default. Okay, so now when I play and I equip something and I unequip it, it goes back in and it removes it from the slot. It's no longer in our equipment, right? In fact, you could print the equipment and test it for yourself, but I'll let you do that testing to yourself. Okay. One last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually test to see if this works. So let's actually just play and equip, unequip. Okay, it does. I don't know why I was doing that then. Okay, now I know. Okay, so unequipping will just require us to add inventory, because in our inventory, we actually do all that checking in here. So I forgot we actually did that. And in our equip, in our item info for unequip, we'll just close right after, we'll fill the slots, and then we'll remove it from the equipment. That's the only thing that we need to do, that we need to add. So remove item from equipment. Okay, The next thing we're going to do in the next part is we're going to check to see if we have something equipped, which is going to be right here. Okay, so stay tuned and we'll do that in a minute. All right, so there was a little bug where when I use an item, so let me just show you the bug that I had. So here, when I used this up and I used both, the entire inventory cleared. And that's because here, I'm actually clearing it in a for loop. I want to do that outside the for loop. So make sure that this is outside the for loop in case that's something that you did as well. So let me just remove that print. I was debugging this earlier. I was so confused as to why it wasn't working. Anyways, let's continue on into the equipment. So when I try to equip something that is already equipped, it's going to equip anyways. So what we can do is actually reverse this and check if has item is true. If it is, what we can do is we can just say add inventory, add item. Here, let me just put my reference real quick. What we can do is we can just say this. Inventory, add item, equip item name type. So we'll take the item that we have equipped and we'll add it to our inventory. And then we'll just do everything as normal. So we'll say has item, we'll add the item into our equipment, etc., etc. So now when I play the game and I have something equipped, so here's our staff. If I take our mace and equip this, it'll unequip what I have. So add it into the inventory and then equip what I have here. So if I try this reverse, it should, yeah, there we go. And so there is still one bug. So here, if I have a staff and I already have a staff equipped, if I equip, it'll still equip it. So what I want to do is we want to check to see if that thing is equipped already before. Now, this is a little hard because what's going to happen now is essentially we want to check to see if the item we're trying to use is already equipped and the same, but we also want to make it work so that this works with MISCs as well. So what we can do is we can say, okay, here we'll say if the getNode.text is equal to equip, then we will first check to see if the So here we've already checked, we'll do the same thing. So we'll say if the node.path has item, or actually what we'll do is we'll say, we'll put this here as well. So we'll have to get the path because we don't have the path. And then we will ask, okay, is this there, right? Oh, we already have access to the path. Okay, perfect. So here we'll say if get node.path has item is true, there is something in it. So now we have to check, okay, if that item, so we'll say if we'll get the node, we'll say get node.path, and we'll say if the node.name is equal to, no, sorry, we have to check the equip. So we have to say, where is it? We can probably use one of the, yeah, okay. So we'll say, whoops, where'd it go? Okay, so we'll ask, so we check if the use button is .text is equal to equip, then that means there is something in there. If there is something in there, or if we have our thing is equip, we're trying to equip something, we're going to check if the path has an item. If it does, we want to check if the name of that item is the same as what we're trying to equip. So what we should be trying to equip should be this. Here we go. This guy. So we're going to check if it's equal to this. Now, how do we get the name of what we have equipped currently? Well, in our UI, in our right hand, it's a little hard to check because we didn't save it in our local variable. So what we can do, we got to think about, okay, how can we actually check to see if what we have equipped is already there? Well, you could go back and add it, or what we can do is instead of checking for the name, we can actually just check for the icon. So instead of the name, we'll say get node, we'll get the icon, and then we'll say dot texture is equal to, instead of the equip actually, in fact, instead of the equip, what we can do is check our own icon by saying get node icon dot texture, and if it is, we'll print something for now. Already has equipped. There we go. Hopefully that should not error. Okay. If, oh, I have to add an if statement. If, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Let's try this and see what happens. Let's equip this, equip again. And as you can see, it says already has equipped. So now what we can do is, if we already have it equipped, why don't we can either add the item again, or we can, yeah, let's just do that. I think that's the easiest solution, honestly. Let's try that. So let's go here, let's equip and equip again. And nope, that's not going to work. Because we're actually removing it anyways. Okay, so here what we can do is we'll say if it doesn't have it, we will say else. Then we can do this. So what we'll do instead, sorry about that, I just figured this out real quick. We'll create a variable called item equipped is equal to false. And then if all of this is true, then we'll say item equipped is true. And then at the very end, all we have to do is say if item was equipped, then we'll just add it back into the inventory. So there's probably a better way to do this, but at this point, it's very long, and this is one of the ways to do it. So if you can figure out a better way to do this, I would definitely applaud you, and you should definitely try to figure it out. But for now, this is a very good fix. So now what we have is when I play, I equip my staff, I try to equip it again. Now it'll add it back in at the very end. Now, obviously this changes the format of our inventory, but that's okay. So now we have a nice system where I can equip things, unequip, etc. And that's a bug, but I'll figure that out in a minute. All right, last bug. Sorry about this, guys. Last bug that we had was basically what was happening is because we were checking for the texture and we say item is equipped is true. Here, well, adding an item, if the icon is the same, so it doesn't actually matter if it's equipped or not. If the texture is the same, we're adding an item. So that was the bug. And so to fix that, essentially we have to reset the icon texture to something that isn't an item. So here we say has item is true, but we also have to reset the icon. So what I did is I reset it to the default Godot icon. It won't matter what I set it to as long as I don't use this item in the game or this icon, because this icon won't be shown, so it doesn't even matter. So now we have a good working equipment system. So here I can equip, it'll set here, I can unequip, equip, etc. And there's no bug, so it won't reset or start infinitely adding things into our item. And here I should be able to equip this, and here's our item. Awesome, everything in our inventory system works, our equipment system works. Next up, we'll be making it so that we can actually equip things and that our sword changes. So stay tuned and we'll do that in a minute. All right, so in our and slot here in our player, remember we added the sword. Hopefully I showed you how to do that. If not, it's very simple. We just had to add the mesh into our hand slot and rotate it so that it matches our hand. And now here, let's find a mace or some sort of other weapon. So let's go into our K-Kit Skeletons pack and let's go to the assets. And we should be able to find a bunch of things. So we have swords, helmets, hoods, etc. We even have staff. We have a spell book. We have a sword, and we have a sword half. I think this is the half one, yeah. So let's have the broken one as well. So let's pop that in here. And what we'll do is I'll just make this local, and I'll pop this in. Let's delete that. And here I want to copy over all the same values for the transform. So I'll reset that. This will be 180. Okay, the scale clearly is wrong. Or, yeah, I reset the scale. I set the scale to the wrong thing. So 180, 90, there we go. Okay, and then the position, let's reset that. And the position, oh, looks like actually it's already the right side up. Let's just set this to 90. So it goes like that. And then the position, I believe is 0.571. Nope, or not. We'll just manually set it then to right there. Okay. You can copy over the same transformations, but this is what I'm going to use. Okay, so now what we can do is in our process function, which we'll make right now, we will match the equipment to the sword. So what we'll do is we'll say match inventory equipment, right hand to name, and now we can check for a specific name. So what I'll do is we can say, what do we have? We have to go to our equipment and we'll say Iron Mace, for example. So we'll equip, if we have Iron Mace equipped, here we go. If we have Iron Mace equipped, what I'll do is I'll get the node. Let's actually create a function called hide all. This is a very useful function that I usually do. And basically it'll hide all our things. So I don't have to do this manually for each node. Hide. So I'll say hide all. So let me write this out and I'll explain it. So hide all, and then we'll show the one that we want to show. So let's say this is the mace. It's not a mace, obviously, but let's say it is. We'll say, no, actually, let's not rename it because I already did that here. Here we go, Iron Mace. Okay, and now what we'll do is we'll say broken sword broken dot show, and then here we can also check for, what's the other one that we have? Staff. I don't know why we're equipping a staff, but that's okay. So here we'll say staff. If it is, we'll do the exact same thing. We'll hide all, but we'll show this one instead. Now, match has a built-in feature where if I have this essentially means else. So if there's nothing equipped, if we don't have anything that's matching these two, then we'll just hide all. That's what we'll do. Okay, so now when I play, hopefully all the errors are gone. Cool. When I play, I have nothing equipped. And now if I equip our staff and I unequip, or I take out the inventory, we see our sword is equipped. Now, if I equip the mace, it'll change to one of the longer swords. And that's cool. So we now have a working inventory system with our equipment. So we can now equip things. Now, if we want this to always process, what we can do, hopefully this works. I actually didn't test it, so we'll test it together. So we can set the process to hand slot always. And now when I equip something, it should automatically switch. And you can do this for all of the bones actually. So let's actually do that. Let's set all the process to always. And now whenever you equip anything, so this doesn't just work for sword. If you equip anything, so let's say on your body, you want to equip, let's go to head. If you want to equip a helmet, whoa, we'll put that in here. I might do this on my own time just for fun, but I'll just show you quickly how you can do that. Hopefully you've already figured it out, but yeah, that's it. So we can just set this and take the rotation and just put it on top of our character. And we can kind of set it to however it works. And that kind of looks right. That looks like he has equipped. And that's it. So you would add all the things, or you can change the mesh. There's a lot of different ways to do this, but this is the way I'm going to teach you. So you can just use a match function that allows you to equip and unequip things. So now when I play, I have our helmet on, which is me hacking, technically speaking, and then I can equip items. So that's really cool. Awesome. All right, so let's get into our shop. So we're going to create this as a separate scene. So let's go into a new node. We're going to create it as an area 3D. That's going to be the base node. Inside of here, we'll create a collision shape. Here, we'll just give it a simple, let's give it a simple sphere. We'll kind of make it that big. And then in here, we're going to call it shop. We'll give it a script in here. And why don't we actually put it inside our objects? And we can actually make a new folder for this. Why not? And here we go. So let's put it in here and save, create, and then save the shop scene inside that folder that we just made. Awesome. Next up, we're going to create a shop interface. So the shop itself, the UI, this guy, is pretty much nothing. There's not much to it, but the UI is where most of the magic is going to happen. So let's create a canvas layer. It's going to be our shop interface. We'll give it shop. I'll name it shop. You can name it whatever you'd like, but I'm going to name it shop. All right, so inside of here, we're going to have a few things, or quite a bit. So we're going to add an animation player for animating the shop in and out. Let's rename it to anim. Let's add a control node so that can contain all our stuff for our shop. Let's add a panel for the background. And for the background, or for the panel, let's make it the same size as the UI. In fact, actually, what we can do is let's delete that and take our inventory, or UI, I suppose. Yeah, here we go. We'll make this local. We'll delete this. And let's pop this out. And delete the UI. We don't need that. Delete the control. We'll rename this to shop. And in here, we can delete the equipment because we don't need that. We don't need this. Let's delete that. The close, we can keep that, but we'll have to disconnect it for now. So let's go down here and disconnect. Awesome. For here, we'll go to the title and rename it to shop. And then we're going to add a few more things. We're going to add some buttons. So let's actually, let's just duplicate this. Let's add that here. So the way we're going to do this shop is we're going to have a node here in the middle, or a sprite. So let's actually find a random sprite for the equipment. Where did I put the icons? Here we go, icon, iron, and we'll put this guy. So here's what we're going to have. We're going to have a big sprite of, or image of what we want to buy. So let's actually look at the transform. Let's do 7. There we go. So let's put it right there. And then the close, this isn't actually going to be closed. It's going to be next. So we'll go to the right. Meaning, so if we have a list of things, we'll go to the right, and this one, we'll make another one. So we'll duplicate it, and this one will go to the left. So we'll just do like that. Awesome. And then let's have a fourth button that's going to be purchase. So if we purchase the selected item. Okay, so let's just try to make this centered. I'm not going to use any containers to make this centered nicely. I'm just going to use whatever I like. So I'm going to rename this to next, this to previous, and this to purchase. Let's make sure I spell that right. And that is it. That's the setup for the node. Let's firstly add a script for the shop. Let's go over here, add a script. Awesome. And we're going to actually want gold eventually. So let's actually add a label for that. Let's take both of these guys and pop that in there. Let's take our label, put it right there. And we'll rename this to gold. Let's take that, say gold. And then in our label, what we'll do this parts quickly. We'll just have a built-in script here. Let's save this as well. Let's put it right here. Let's actually take our, I can't really see that is over shop. We'll say shop UI. Okay. Let's go to our shop, actually. I think I saved the shop script somewhere else. Yeah, there it is. So let's actually move that shop script in here. Although that might not work because, so I have to rename this guy as well. So shop UI, and then let's take this guy in here. Awesome. And for a gold, what we'll do is we'll have a global gold value. So in our game script, we already do. Awesome. So in our script here, what we'll say is text equals gold plus string game.gold. And that's it. So now it'll print out our gold right there. Okay. All right. So from here, we're going to go into our shop. Actually, let's animate our shop first. So that way we can actually interact with it from our game. So from here, as you probably know already, all we have to do is do trans in and trans out. So let's add those two, trans out. And from trans in, we'll go from here. So let's take our shop, go to layout, transform, and take our position, key that. We'll create a reset. Why not? We'll go here and we'll reset that, go to 0, key that. So now we have this. And in trans out, we'll go from 0, 0 here. We'll key that right there. And then from here, we'll go to 650. Whoops, 650 if I can type. There we go. And now we have a transition outwards. Okay, so in our reset, let's set this as our starting position. So in our shop, all we have to do now is, well, first of all, we have to actually add or shop UI. So let's add this in. In our shop now, all we have to do is, firstly, we have to connect the body entered in here. And then in the body entered, so we have to make sure that we check if the body is the player. So we'll say if player in body.name, then we'll do a bunch of things. First, we can pause the tree. So we can pause the game, and then we'll get the shop animation. So we'll say get node shop /anim play transition in, and then we're also going to make our mouse shown. So we're going to make our mouse visible. Okay. And from here, that's it. So let's delete all of this. We don't need that. And now from here, we can actually go into our shop and start doing some things. One thing I kind of forgot in my reference, at least, that we can add, it's up to you. I'm going to duplicate the title and I'm going to drag it down here. I'm going to go to theme override, set this to 16 maybe. And this is going to be our description of the item. So let's actually move the purchase button a little lower. Go here and say, this is a description. Okay, cool. So let's actually move it down a little bit. And you can position it wherever you'd like, but that's where I'm going to put it for now. Okay. In our shop, let me just pull up my reference. The first thing we need to do is we actually need to, let's actually name this description, connect all the buttons. So let's go one by one and connect all the buttons. So we'll go to pressed, add the next, add previous, and purchase. Okay, now that we've connected all 4 buttons, let's go here and delete those 2 functions. So the first thing we need to do is explore the concept of how we're going to do this. So first, I want to understand, or we want to understand how we're going to switch between items. Okay, so essentially we're going to hold a variable that has the current item. Okay. And then we're also going to have a variable that points to which item we have selected. Okay. And then from here, we will, yeah. Okay. So we need an array, right? So we need an array to basically point at which ones we have selected. Okay. So the reason why we need a pointer or an array to do that is, so we basically have an array of things and we point towards which one we want. Now, we actually already have that. Now, if you want to make your shop limited, I would suggest you remake it. But what I'm going to use is actually, let's close all this so we have it a bit organized. We have this. This is the database of all the items we have in our game. So we're going to use this as our reference or array or dictionary of items. So we have 0, 1, 2, right? So in here, in our shop, we're going to create a function first called switch item. So let's say function switch item. And we're going to pass through a select number. This is going to be the number select. Okay. So from here, let's for loop through the inventory. And what we're going to do is we're going to find the item that we have selected and return it essentially. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll say, well, because now we're for looping through the inventory, I think we could actually just, I'll test it later, but for now, this is what I have in my reference. We'll say if select is equal to I, so meaning we found the item that we have in our inventory, then what we'll do is we'll say current item is equal to select. So select will point towards which item we have selected, and current item will hold which item we currently have selected. So they're almost the same thing. It's just to kind of help us switch. Okay. Now from here, the first thing we're going to do, now here's where we're actually changing everything. So here we're going to change, for example, the texture of the, where is it? This guy. So let's actually rename this to item icon. And then what I can do is I can actually take this get node and just replace it with this. So say add shop item icon dot texture, we'll change it with the icon of that current item. So here in our items, we're going to go to whatever and take the icon that is already preloaded. Okay. And then we're going to set that as our texture. Now we're going to do this. Let me just copy this and then I'll fix the stuff. So here we can now load in everything we need. So we can load in our title, which is the name of the thing. Then we can load in the description. And then here, this is the description, but I also want to add the cost. So what I can do here is I can say, get the description. Instead of setting it equal to, we'll just add to it. So we'll say plus equals cost plus string of our cost. Now, this is a new line, so it'll always create a new line for the cost. So you'll see what it looks like in a second. Okay, now for the next button, this is actually, the next and previous is actually pretty easy. All we have to do is say switch item dot current plus 1. Okay, now the previous is the same thing, but we're going to do -1. So we're going to subtract 1. Okay. Now, purchase will be something else. That's a different story. So let's look at that in a second. First, let's go to our close button because it's actually pretty easy. We'll say get tree.pos is equal to false. And then we'll also say get anim, get node anim, and play transition out. And then lastly, we have to, let's go to our world. Let's go to our UI actually. In here, we say, we're going to copy the captured and we're going to capture our mouse again. So once I close it, okay? So that's close, next, and previous, okay? And on our ready function, what we'll do is we'll say function ready and switch to 0, okay? So now what we can do is play. And we probably want to add the shop somewhere. So let's go to our world. Let's go to our objects and let's add our shop somewhere. So, okay, what's going on here? Description, we have to name it desk like that. Okay, let's play one more time. No, that's our inventory. Whoa, something happened there. I'll figure that out in a second, but that's okay. So let's find our UI actually for our shop. Where is it? He's like right there. He's kind of in the middle there. Okay. Let's try to see if I can get to it. It should be somewhere around here. There we go. Okay. Nothing's happening. So let's find out why. Okay. So I'm not sure why, but for some reason, the animation in the transit and out for the inventory UI just stopped working and I had to redo it. But here we go. Just make sure that it works for you guys. If it doesn't, I'm not sure why it just stopped working for me. It tried to get the wrong node for some reason. I'm not sure why. Anyways, make sure that works. For the shop, just a quick bug fix, I suppose. In our shop UI, we have to actually make sure that this is on always for the promote process. Okay. And now let's make sure we add our shop back in and let's try to test this again. So now we can go to our shop by finding it here. There we go. And now we find our staff, our green arrow, and our iron mace. And there we go. So now we have a bunch of things that we can transition between. So this is a staff with the costs and all that. Now, if you want to go from this one to the first, right, all we have to do is actually go to, let's go to our shop and try to figure this out yourself, actually. I want you to try to figure this out yourself, and I will give you the solution if you keep watching. So hopefully you've paused and thought about it yourself and unpaused. And now to figure this out, what we can do is we can actually say if in the switch item, so what we want to do is we want to check to see the inventory size. So when we switch, or we can either do it here or here. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it in the actual switch item. So what we can do is here, what we're going to probably be trying to do. Okay, let's try to actually print the select and see what we get. So let's print select and see what we get in terms of the select switch item. So let's go to our shop. So at the moment it's 0, right? So let's go here. We have 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, and it doesn't let me go above 3 because what's happening is that it'll always just end up resetting at 3, right? So what we have to do is we have to be able to go from 3 to 1 or 3 to 0. So what we can say, because the problem is actually select is at 3, but we're not trying to find 3. We're trying to find 0. So there's a lot of different things we can do. We can say if select is equal to 3, we'll say select equals 0. And this is a quick fix, right? Because what we can now do or check is to go to our shop. And what we'll get is go back to staff. And it'll just constantly rotate. And we can select for 0 and reverse. Now, this won't really work, but what we can do is instead say if select is equal to 0, what we can do is actually say is select equals to inventory items dot size. Now, inventory dot size is going to return 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it'll make select equal to that final thing. Now here for the select, we can say is equal to size is equal to 3, right? So now when I, well, not inventory, sorry, let's close that. Now let's go to the shop. And now when I go from, ooh, that's an interesting bug, from green arrow to iron mace to staff, we can now rotate through all the items, right? And we can go backwards. We should be able to go backwards. Interesting. Okay, what we can try to do, select, we might have to actually add it in the previous. So, or we might have to actually check the current item instead. All right, sorry about the mix up. The select, we actually have to check for -1, and then the select, we have to set it to the size -1, because this position, the final position of the inventory items is 2 and not 3. So, just to kind of confirm with everything, the reason why it will never go above 3, for example, is because here we're setting current item equal to select, right? So it'll, even if I keep adding to it, it'll always reset it to that previous number essentially. And here we'll reset it by going from, if we're at 3, we'll reset it to 0. If we're at -1, or if we're trying to go to -1, we'll reset it at 2, right? So select will now be equal to 2. Now, this is adaptable to the size of the inventory, okay? Or the size of the item. So the more items I add, it won't matter. This will adapt no matter what. So this is a really nice way to do it. All right. Last up is the purchase button. So here is actually pretty easy. So all we have to do, firstly, is check the price with how much money we have. So what we can do is say, if the inventory gold, or I guess game gold, is, I gotta capitalize this, make sure that we reference the correct gold. So if we say, if the gold is greater than the item inventory, we can also do equals. So it's up to you really, if you want to have 1 more gold or the exact amount of the cost of the item that we currently have selected, then all we have to do is say inventory dot buy or add item. And then we have to find the current selected item. So the current selected item is a number, but what we want to do is first find it, and that's it. And what we actually do is we actually do that right here. So we say, we can copy this and say if the I is in range, or so we're going to for loop through our inventory, find the selected item. Well, in this case, we're not going to use select. We're actually going to use current item. So I'm going to say if current item is equal to I, then we found the item in our inventory size, right? Or our items. From here, we can say, here we'll take the name, or if anything, actually, we could just get the name here. We should just do that instead. We'll say string that. There we go. That'll actually make this a lot easier. Let's just remove that. Or we could have done what we did previously and get the name. If that doesn't work, actually, we'll do this. So this should work though. So let's actually try this, and that should work. So let's actually just go to our, well, it's not going to work because we don't have enough gold. So we're probably going to want to add more gold. Let's give ourselves 1,000 gold. Let's go to the shop, which is somewhere around here. Here it is. So we have 1,000 gold. The cost of the staff is 100. And what do we get? We got to convert this to a string, or an int. So we'll say int. And then let's also convert this to an int. Yeah, so it's trying to convert it's trying to compare an int and a string, which is not going to work. So let's try one more time. Boop, boop, boop. And let's try purchasing. And okay, so we didn't reduce the gold, but it should have shown up in our, yeah, there it is. So we had 2, but now we have 3. So now let's actually reduce the amount of gold. So let's go back here and let's say game.gold is minus equal the cost. Now the cost is going to be the fun part because now we need to actually find the cost, which we can actually just say minus equal this. And I think that's it. So let's play. And whoops, let's close the inventory. Let's go to the shop. Let's go to open the shop. Here we go. Here's our stuff. Let's buy this and boom, what do we get? It's trying to, so this is a string. We got to convert it to an int. We have to say int. There we go. One more time. All right. Now we try one more time. And there we go. So now we've reduced the amount of gold. Let's try buying a green arrow as well in iron mace. Let's close this. And here we go. So we have a bunch of iron maces, some green arrows, and that's it. So now we can equip these and it works perfectly fine. So we now have we can equip the staff and it'll go back into that. Let's see if the green arrow works. And it doesn't, but I think that's because we didn't help make it work. So that's it. That's the shop working. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is for our save system, we have to create a script for this. So this is actually relatively simple. Let's actually close all our scripts. Let's now close all these scenes that we have open because everything we have so far is pretty much finished. So in our global folder, we're going to create a file called utils. I call this utility folder, and I put all the utility stuff in here. So, well, in this case, we'll have save and load. So the first thing we're going to do is create a save and load path and password. Password is going to be password. Please don't name yours password because this is not very secure. And we're going to create a function for save. And we're going to have a load function. Okay, so for our save function, we're going to create a file. And we do that by saying variable file equals access.open save path with file access right. Now let's look through this. So the first thing we have to understand is file access. This is basically calling. So in Godot 3, actually, let me take a step back. In Godot 3 and before, you would have to create a file by saying file access .new, create the file so that new would create a new file. But now this actually allows us to create it like automatically, or it's more so it'll open it if we have something. If we don't, it'll create it for us. Okay, so that creates or opens the file. Okay, so here we're going to open at the path with this access, if that makes sense. So here we're going to write in it, right? Because we're saving, we're going to write inside that file. We're not going to do something else like read. That's going to be for the load. So here, next line, we're going to create a JString file called JSON, or we're going to set it to JSON.stringify the inventory. So we're going to stringify our inventory. Now, this works really well because we're just going to take our dictionary of our inventory and just stringify it. And that's it. Okay. Next, we're going to go to file.store line JString. So now this is it. This is our save file. Basically, we're just going to store our JString inside of our file, and that's it. Now, you used to have to close it, but now you don't. I think it just closes automatically, which is really nice. So next up in our load, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to read the file. Okay, so we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to get the file that we have, and we're going to read it. Okay, so this would do the same thing. It would make a new one, but because we should already have one, we should have already saved by now, then we'll just open what we have so far. Okay, now the first thing, two things we want to do is to check if file is empty. If not file, meaning if file is invalid, then we're going to return. If file is also equal null, then I return. So I put these, I think realistically, you only should need one of them, but a while ago when I was working on my own game and I was trying to use this, for some reason it would pass this but not this, and it would return on asking if null is file or if file is null. So I just added both. I'm not sure why, but maybe they fixed it. Either way, I just add both. It's basically a double check to make sure that we actually pass through the proper file, because now what we're going to do is we're going to check if the file exists. So we're going to say if file exists at save path. This is like a triple check, essentially. Then we're going to actually start loading it. And the way we do that is we're going to say, if not end of file is reached, then we're going to do this thing in here. It's almost like a while loop. Okay. In fact, I used to use a while loop, but that would cause a few errors. And here, so now what we're going to do is create a variable called current line is equal to json.parseString file.getLine. Now what this does is it'll essentially take our JString and pop it in here. It'll go from a JSON file into a variable that we can actually read. Okay, so in fact, what we can do here, let's start testing this right away. Let's go into our player or something. Sure, let's do this in our player. Let's do save, well, utils.save game. First of all, let's actually auto load our script. So let's go here, auto load the utils and add it. And now we should be able to save game. There we go. And let's actually load it as well. Utils.load. And now what we can do is in our utils, we will print the current line. So let's say print current line, and then let's play and see what we get. Okay, so here we can see we have 0 and a bunch of other stuff. 1, so we have 2 items. Let's see if that's true. Yeah, we have 2 items. We have count 2 of the staff, and that's it. So yeah, it says staff over here, and that's pretty much it. So in fact, we can see this file by going into open in file manager, and we can go over here to save game bin, open it up, and now we can see the JSON that we saved in here. Now it's a little hard to read because it's all in one line, but that's okay because we don't actually need to change this manually, or we don't need to read it manually. So, but now we can see that it exists. It's saved the file. And so this is the file that we've created. And now we can actually load it back in to our game, right? So the way we can do that is actually pretty simple. Well, it's not, but let's try to make it simple. So first we're going to for loop through our current line. Okay, we're going to for loop I in current line. And what this does is it'll actually go from 0 to 1, I believe. Okay. And it'll basically print. So if I were to print here, let's do this. Let's print current I, and it should print this dictionary and this dictionary. Okay, hopefully. If it doesn't, then I'm trolling. Okay, there we go. So it did. It printed the first one, like I at 0, and then position 2 or 1 in this case, which is the second item. Okay, so now we can actually reference something by saying I at name, right? So now it should print the name of everything. So like the staff or whatever, right? So now it'll print staff and Iron Maze. Now you might be thinking, well, this is really useful. Why? Well, because now all we would have to do is say inventory add item at the current line. Now this won't actually work, I think, because, oh no, it will work. Let's try this and see what happens. So we've saved and loaded, meaning we've essentially doubled what we have. So I think we originally had 2 in 1, and we loaded in 1 each. Now the reason why this doesn't work perfectly is because we're only adding 1 of everything, right? So but in the case of our save game here, you can see we have count 2. So we want to also make sure that we load in the proper count. So we can for loop again and for loop X in the current line of the count, and then add that many times. Now, make sure that you convert this to an integer, because everything that's stored as a JSON becomes a string. So a JSON is essentially a string, a big long string. Okay, so when we turn it from a JSON back into a variable, everything becomes a string. So we have to convert it back into an integer. Well, in this case, if we don't actually convert it back into an integer, but we need it as an integer to actually make this for loop function, because otherwise it'll error. So you can test it out yourself, try it without converting it, and see what happens on your side. So now what we can do is we can actually go here and take out the save. And we would only want to save if we buy something or something, right? So let's play the game. Let's load. And now we can see here we have 4 and 2. So let's close this. Let's go to add item. Oh, nope. Add item. And let's remove the parts where I add items. Here we go. This is where I add a few things. And in our shop, let's actually go here and say utils.save game. And what else? And I think that's it. So now we should be able to play the game. If we load it up, we now have 2 in 1. Now let's go to buy something. Let's go buy something. Okay, so let's buy some staffs, some green arrows, some maces. And now we have 5, 4, and 3. So let's close that and close the game. It should have saved because we bought some things. So now let's load. Open the game, and as you can see, the inventory has saved and loaded. So that's awesome. Our inventory works completely fine. Now, if you want to save and load the equipment, you would do the exact same thing, and you would have to handle the loading of the equipment as well. So I would urge you to do that on your own, and hopefully you are at the point where you can do that on your own. If not, I would urge you to revise the inventory, the entire inventory tutorial and series and lectures. So definitely go over them again if you don't know how to do this again in the equipment, to either save and load it and handle it in the actual equipment. Okay, so that's it for saving and loading. We will probably clean up the game a little bit more, mainly in the UI in the next part. So stay tuned and we'll get right into that. Okay, so for our UI, I've decided to use this. If you find something else that you would like, that's totally fine, but I'm going to be using this as reference, and I'll be showing you how to set it up for your game. No matter what texture you have, I'll be showing you how to do it perfectly fine. So I'm going to be probably using this one for reference. We even have like the armor inventory and stuff like that. I've downloaded these two and one more. You can find the previous golden UI as well. I'll show you them in a second, but yeah, I've downloaded all those for reference. So let's go back into our game, and so here you can see that I've downloaded them. I'm not going to drag them in, but let's actually open up. No, let's not open up anything. Let's create a new resource, and we're going to scroll down, or we're just going to look for theme. There we go. And then we'll set this as BG, or we'll set this as BG. Save it. And in the BG, what we'll do is we'll open this up. Let's go to our 2D so we just have a cleaner setup. We'll go to manage items. We'll go to edit, import items, sorry. We'll search up a panel. We're going to import the panel. We're also going to search up a button. We're going to import our button. And what else did we have? Let's import those two for now. And let me double check what else we should have. So let's actually open up our UI. So here we have actually, I think that's good. So let's go to our BG. Let's go to our panel. And for the panel, this one is going to be easier. So let's create a new style box texture. So every time you have a texture box, this is what you would use. Now the other ones are the flat is something useful. That's if you want to change the color. So you can actually click this and just see that we can change the color like this. It's not going to change it. In fact, what we can do is I'm going to set this by doing this. I'm going to set it by adding it here. And here we go. So now you can see that it's red, but we don't want this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use texture. We're going to go here and we're going to drag in the texture that we're going to use. So let's actually use the preview. So in the preview, here we can see the panel, but we don't want that. We want a very specific part of this. So for the inventory, let's say we want to use maybe this one, for example, or this one. So let's go into our sub region and click edit region, and this should pop up. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. Okay, there we go. There we go. Made it a little bigger. So we can zoom out and see and pick what we want. So this one actually looks quite nice as a panel. So let's use this one. Let's go to auto slice and we can actually click this. Sometimes if auto slice doesn't work, you might have to use pixel snap or auto grid snap. That might work nicely. In this case, pixel snap is also quite nice. It'll kind of snap to the next pixel. But I'm going to use auto slice because auto slice actually works quite nicely here. Sometimes it just doesn't. Like, for example, this one, if I wanted to pick something, which we actually will use in a second, we'll probably use this for the button. Auto slice won't work. So for here, auto slice, we'll just do this and we'll drag this down to right around there. And we'll drag this here and we'll drag this dotted line here. and this dotted line here. Now what this does is it essentially allows us to use this as the border, right? And it won't readjust it, or it won't stretch it. So here you can see on our bottom, let's actually drag this up. You can see the label in the back was actually kind of, it's not stretched, right? But if I move this, you can now see that it's being stretched as the panel is being stretched. So here, we'll move this back here like that. And now we can see the panel looks a lot nicer and cleaner. And so here you can see our panel, it by default looks a lot cleaner. Okay, now that's for the panel. Now for the buttons, let's go into style. So button, style, and let's look at normal. So the first thing we'll do is we'll clear the normal, and we'll create a box texture. We'll go to subregion, edit region. Well, we're not going to edit anything because we didn't drag it in. So let's drag it in and then edit. Okay, now here, I'm going to use these three as the buttons. So this is going to be the normal, this is hover, and this is pressed. So let's pixel snap, and this will be our normal. So this might take a few tries to get right, because sometimes it doesn't kind of drag where you want it to be. So you have to kind of guess a few times and then just drag it. There we go. And looks like I'm gonna have to try again. There we go. Right. Okay, cool. So that's how we do that. And now we can just move this here like that and kind of drag this in the middle where we want it to stretch. And there we go. So now you can see on the bottom, we have the button. And in fact, you can keep editing this to however you like. You can keep doing whatever and kind of play around with it. Maybe we can move that like this. There we go. So here you can see the dots there on the left. And let's close that because I think that's good for our button. Now let's go to hover and let's drag this in. Let's make it unique. And then let's drag it to pressed and make that unique as well. Now let's go to pressed first and edit subregion. And what we'll do is, we'll select this one. So we'll go to pixel snap. That's right. We'll hopefully select it properly. And there we go. And the subregion is almost selected properly for us. There we go. That looks right. So let's close that. Let's close it. And here we can see the press button on the bottom and the default buttons. Now we have hover. So this is when our mouse is hovered over the button. So we'll go to edit region and we will use this one. So let's select this guy. There we go. And now we'll move this to the left a bit. And that looks nice. So let's close. And now for the focus, what we'll do, we'll actually test this and see if it works. So let's go into our close button and just pop this as our theme. Okay, let's open it, or let's play and see what we get. Here's our close button. The text is a little bit too much on the left or right, but that's okay. So if you can see, if I hover it, it hovers it. And if I click it, it does that. And that's it. So if you don't want the focus, now there's a lot of things you can play around with the focus and disabled. But for example, if I clear this and I play again, the focus means I just clicked it, or it's focused at the moment, right? So if I click it, it doesn't really make a difference. So you can play around with the focus, but for the hover, normal, and press, I think that's good. For the text, there's not really a good fix, mainly because the text is aligned depending on what the subregion that we just did, right? So you could maybe let's go to a normal. Let's go here. We could maybe adjust this to go here like that, but that would be a little weird. Let's try this. No, that won't really work because you can see the middle is now all smudged up. So yeah, unfortunately, you kind of just have to play around with it maybe and see what you get. But this looks good to me. So we'll keep it like this, and that's it. All right. You can, or you could alternatively put a label on top of this instead, but for now, this is fine. You'll have to adjust to whatever you like. Okay, next up is the slots. So for these slots, instead of this theme, what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually let's duplicate this, and we'll say slot dress. And we'll go to the slot here, and we're going to select a different one for the label specifically. So for the panel. So let's go here. Let's make it unique so we don't edit the other one. Let's go to the subregion, go here, and we are going to select this guy, or there might be a separate one, a singular cell. There is not. So let's select one of these guys. Let's select this. This one might be a little hard to adjust. You can kind of select it wherever you like. I think I'll do right there. And the subregion looks good. So let's close it. And now what I can do is I go here and I'll drag in the slot theme and it pops in like that. We can move the count a little bit to the left, so it looks a little more clean. There we go. Let's save that and let's go to the UI. Now what we can do is actually go to our theme overrides, constants, and remove that. So let's play and see what we get. There we go. There's our inventory. It looks pretty clean. So we can actually, I'm going to adjust this off the screen because it's a little hard to do on the screen. We can do 1, or we can actually do 0. I think 0 might work nicely. Yeah, there we go. 0 will make it look like this, which is a lot nicer. Now, if you want it really crisp, you could just do other things to make it look better. But for now, this works fine. For the slots in the other one, let's actually do that as well. Let's go to the equipment. And what we'll do is we'll go to, yeah, we'll just drag it out, honestly. Or sorry about that. What we have to do here is we can just select all of them at once, go to the theme and drag in the slot. There we go. And now it changes all of them. And so you can manually do each one and make it match these, but I'm a little lazy for that, so I'm not going to do that. But I would definitely recommend doing that if you're going to make a complete game out of this. So next up, I think we have the shop. So let's go look at the shop. No, that's not true. Let's open the shop, but we'll go back to the inventory real quick. There is the item info. That's the one last thing we got to do. So let's go to the background. We'll pop the BG in for that. The buttons, we'll pop the BG in for the theme on that one. Right, the item, the buttons, awesome. And I think that is it. So we have a nice clean item info as well. Let's close this. Let's go to the shop. We'll select all the buttons and pop in the theme. Let's actually select the background as well, because we can just pop it in for all of it. And there we go. We now have an updated version of our buttons. So the right and left might not be what you want, but that's okay. I think this is fine for now. And it definitely looks a lot cleaner than what it was before. So our final product looks like this. We have a nice little theme with our inventory. And if we go to the shop, which is over here, it's like a little invisible. Here we go. Here's our inventory, or our shop. So we can hover and click things, which is really cool. Awesome. So hopefully now you understand or know how to set your own theme in Godot. Awesome. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set the texture for our bars, our HP stuff. However, we have a few issues. So one of the main issues in our bar for our actual graphics in Godot is going to be this guy. So unfortunately, we need this to be connecting. So in Graphics Scale or whatever else you have downloaded for pixel editing, we're going to edit these like that. And we're going to go over here and do the same thing. So we can copy paste and just fill it out. And you can do the rest as well. We can also do let's do this guy as well. This one is mainly for this guy, I believe. So we'll set up whichever one we want, but I'll set up both of them for this. Okay. And this guy, we will, why don't we just, yeah, I'll just copy it. We'll copy this one line over. There we go. All right. Now everything is full, except for most of those, obviously, but that's okay. So now we'll save this and we should be able to just close it. We'll go into our game. And what we'll do is we will add a progress bar that I just deleted. So I'm a little sneaky. So we'll add the progress bar, and in our BG, we're going to make sure that we add the progress bar. So make sure to import the progress bar So import and import selected. I've already done this, so here it is. So I'm close it, and in the background of our texture, what we'll do is we'll drag in our new UI or our edited UI. So let's make this a little bigger, and then let's go to our progress bar and actually drag in the theme BG so we actually can affect it. And let's go to BG, and we will go to edit region, and now let's pick a region for our UI. So I'm going to pick this one, I think, because it's a little cleaner. And then we're going to select the subregion, so it'll be like this. This one might be a little hard, mainly because of the shadowing, but that's okay. Yeah, this one, I'll put it like that, and that, and I think that's good. So we'll close that. And then for the, so we'll close this and we'll copy it to the fill. We'll make this unique. We'll go into here and we'll go to the fill, and we're just going to pick the fill instead. Let's zoom out a little bit. So here it is. Here's our fill. So let's make sure we select it properly. There we go. Okay, I didn't select it really properly, so let me actually put on pixel snap so that I'm setting it properly. There we go. And the subregion we will do, let's take a look at what it looks like. Well, we can't look at it because we don't have a percentage. So let's randomly pick something, and then let's go to our progress bar and fill it in. So let's go to value and say 50%. Okay, now that looks horrible. That's not what we want at all. So let's go back to our BG. Now, the progress bars are always really hard to mess with because of the textures. So honestly, I would recommend using texture progress bar in other cases, but if you can set this up instead, that's totally fine as well. So I'm going to do my best to set this up with you guys. So hopefully we can do it together. Let's try to find something that is a little nice. Okay. We might also have to mess around with some other values in a second, but that's okay. So let's find a value that fits. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll put that right there actually. And that, we'll put that there. No, we obviously don't want that. Let's put this right there and that there. Okay, so they're pretty much on top of each other. Okay, that's fine. Now let's go to not axis stretch. Is it expand margin? Nope. It's been a little while since I've done this, so we're going to have to mess around with the values of this for a little bit. So let me actually pull up my reference here. I don't spend 10 hours looking for it. Here we go. Trust progress bar, style fill, and going to be, I remember how we do it. Okay, this is going to be a little tricky. So okay, we can actually edit this in the subregion. So basically this rectangle, we need to expand it outwards a little bit. So what we'll do is we'll actually do this manually. We'll go to here and we'll see if we can edit these values a little bit one by one. We'll just drag them up and down and see what we get. That's obviously not what we want at all because we don't want that thing under us. Let's push that up a little bit. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to open up graphic scale one more time. And we're going to edit the thing again, and we're going to remove this guy because it's in the way. Or I'll just move it down. Okay, so let's save. Let's go back to Godot. And there it is. It disappears. So let's edit this a bit more. All right, there we go. Okay, let's just do this manually one more time. So let's go over here and let's make it pick like right there. and then see what we get. Okay, let's move that. Let's move that. And we need this guy to move a little bit more to the left, which I think we can do here actually. So let's do that one more time. Let's move this upwards. That looks good. Let's go to the left and increase that. Nope. We'll go to 6. We'll change it bit by bit. Nope, that's not what I want at all. So as you can see, this is kind of a drag. So again, the textured progress bar would be a lot easier, but in this case, you would have to separate it completely. Okay, I think this is good enough. It's not perfect because it overlays a little bit, but that's okay. So if we move this up and down, it at least looks like we're kind of progressing in our progress bar. Okay, so let's actually set this to our HP. So let's rename this to HP and give it a label. We'll do built-in, it doesn't really matter. And this is really easy. All we have to do is say process value equals to game.health. Now, is it actually health? Yes, it is. And the max value, we can set it to the max HP, which we don't have. So we're going to have to set that. So let's go to game. And oh, no, we do. Okay, cool. So that's it. Let's now also add gold. This is also really easy. I'll just have a simple label right under it. Actually, no, I'm not going to show you because we have it in the shop. I think we also might have it in the inventory if I remember. We don't. Let's add it to the shop or the inventory then actually. Let's go over here and add in a label. And this will be our gold. So let's move this over here and we'll rename it to gold. And then we'll add a script built in. We'll go over here to the process and the text will just be this. So the process will say text equals string game.maxHealth plus / with health. Nope. Okay, I lied. This is for the gold. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be our health. Hold on. Let's put this over here. Okay, let's lock the progress bar. I'm losing my head right now. It's really hot where I am. So, okay, let's center this, center this. Let's expand it to be like that. And let's go to our progress bar and remove show percentage. And now when I play, hopefully it'll show my HP. There we go. On the top left, you can see my HP. And I don't think my HP can reduce. So let's actually go to our monster. Where's our monster? Here we go, skeleton. And when he hits us, where is that? On... Oh, I don't know if I ever do add an attack, do I? It should be over here. Body.health. So we'll say... Okay, let's make this unique because I don't know if it is. Let's make it unique. Let's save it and we'll say if player in body.name, then we will say game.health minus equals 5. Okay, let's go to, and let's play. And let's see if this works and updates if we get hit. And it's not, so why is it? Okay, let's see. Player. Oh, because there's no signal. So let's probably do that. Let's say body entered. Let's connect it. And now it's connected. Now let's try one more time. It's always the small mistakes. All right, there we go. Now it's doing damage to us. And there we go. So now we have a working RPG, action RPG game. It's really cool. We have inventories. We have a shop. We have the UI on the top. This is really nice. And we even have our little shop in the corner. I ended up just adding a little mage into our shop guy. So it's nothing complicated. It's the same thing. It's just a shop with a model now. And that's it. So I hope you guys enjoyed. That'll be it for now. Congratulations, everyone, on finishing the course. This course was a really long one. It's 5 hours of grueling content. So if you were able to go through all of it congratulations. I really do congratulate you. And I hope you learned so much from this course. And in the future, I hope moving forward, you guys are able to take what you learned and create your own game. And I would love to see it. So going forward from here, I have a YouTube channel called Coding Quests or Pod Quests. You can check them both out. I have many, many more tutorials and many more videos on GameDev that you can check out to hopefully either inspire you or to help you along your journey. I also have a Discord that you can check out if you want to either share your projects or ask for help or just chat with me. You can definitely check out my Discord. It'll be on my channel at Coding Quests. So check that out, and I hope to see you guys around. Goodbye.